Yeah, how many political careers have been?
Yes. Hello. I want to warmly welcome you to our first symposium on agriculture and food systems and climate change. I say first because hopefully there's many more. This is hosted by the Center for Environmental Farming Systems. My name is Michelle Schroeder-Moreno and serve as the interim co-director of CEFS, or Center for Environmental Farming Systems. Our mission is to develop and promote just and equitable food and farming systems that conserve natural resources, strengthen communities, improve health outcomes, and provide economic opportunities, of course, in North Carolina, but beyond that. Our goal in developing this symposium was threefold. To first emphasize the link between agriculture and food systems and creating climate change resiliency. To highlight the agricultural innovations, government programs that support sustainable agriculture, practices addressing climate change, the role of farmers in climate change adaptation, and community leaders transforming our own food systems here in North Carolina. Thirdly, we wanted to provide an opportunity for discussion and networking for future action, because that is the goal, future action, not just talk, as one of our panelists has said. We cannot ignore the impacts of climate change in North Carolina, especially this year. Record temperatures, early season drought, increasing frequency and severity of our floods and hurricanes, impacting pests, crops, animals, yields, and the rising cost of inputs, as we all feel it greatly impacting our food system. And today we're at a pivotal moment where we can all come together across the diversity of our agricultural systems, our food systems, to make real change in what we do in research, practices, and policies to address climate change. Today, you're going to hear from a wealth of diversity of experts across agriculture research, farm practices in North Carolina, and community food systems leaders. We need everybody at the table, literally, to develop new innovations, practices, policies, and community-level change here in North Carolina that sets the agenda and model not just for our region, but for our nation. We have an amazing lineup of speakers. As you can tell, hopefully you have an agenda and pamphlet. You'll see a little QR code at the side right where you can learn more about our speakers. We wanted to keep it sustainable. It's recycled, printed on recycled paper, but we also just want it one page. But if you use your phone and QR code there, you can even read more about the speakers and all the amazing things that they've done and will continue to do. The format of this symposium is comprised of fireside chats and panelists. It is not a typical conference presentation with slides and graphs, because we want to promote engagement, and we have time for you all to ask questions, and that's important in Q&A after the different fireside chats and different panelists. Lastly, we'll have afterwards, this is from 1 to 5, as you see in the agenda, and then upstairs from 5 to 7, we're going to have a networking with local foods, some from the NC State Agroecology Farm and other local producers, to continue that conversation. And we hope you all can join us. Putting together a symposium like this takes the efforts of a lot of people. And I would like to just take a moment right in the beginning to provide special thanks to them. First, the speakers that we have here. They're both national leaders and North Carolina leaders in research, farming, and community efforts. Thank you for sharing your time and your knowledge here today. Second, I would like to thank our CEFS events, business, communications team, and all the volunteers. This cannot be done without all your efforts. Have worked so tirelessly and professionally in every aspect. Thank you. I would also like to thank our partner, Food Tank, represented by Daniel Nuremberg, the president of Food Tank, who really from the get-go inspired us in the format to make sure it was engaging. And they're leading talks like this around the nation in climate change and agriculture and food systems. So we're so happy to be part of this. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you, the participants. My hope is that we each walk away with a greater knowledge of the issues, what's happening in our own backyard, and the great work being done here in North Carolina in our agriculture and food systems. And that we leave with a profound sense of feeling empowered to take actions. That's what my charge is to you, that we have at least one simple action that we can walk away here and something we can do to make our food system and agriculture more resilient against climate change. Now I would like to turn it over to Dr. John Dole, our interim dean for the College of Agriculture and Life Science here at North Carolina State University, to say a few words on behalf of the college. Thank you, Dean Dole.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It is great to see everybody on this warm summer afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the college to the symposium on agriculture, food systems, and climate change. Wow, what a big topic this is. Michelle did a great job of setting the stage in terms of the effects that it is having. When I was thinking about comments for this, I was thinking about all the various ways in which climate change is affecting agriculture, and then I realized it's all in the news. It's all in the news lately. We've seen nothing about it. And and what is even scarier is that the models, for many years, the models were on track, and now there's even some indications that we might be a little bit ahead on the models. So that certainly lends importance to what will be discussed here today. All of this directly affects agriculture, and all of this affects the food ecosystem that surrounds agriculture in this state and across the nation, indeed the world. And of course, it affects us directly because we need the food system for sustenance, and of course for many of us we need it for employment as well, so there's an even added factor to that. I'm going to take a few moments to brag on CEFS. CEFS is well positioned to host a symposium of this type. CEFS is one of our largest and longest running centers, almost 30 years. I think it's 30 years in 2 years, year and a half. Of course, I have Nancy here to, where's Young 29, there, Young 29. There we go. And with its partners, NCA&T and NCDA, is very important to the college. And as I was sitting here, I noticed, the food systems banner and the field research banner. If you get a chance during the breaks, come up and look in there, and you will see that what CEFS is working on and how everything they have been doing really fits into this topic. They've brought together a wonderful array of experienced speakers to help examine this topic from both global and a local perspective. And if you can pardon me for one personal note, I want to thank Michelle for serving as the interim director and doing such a great job taking over after Nancy retired. So let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Dole. I'd like to transition into our first fireside chat. And the way we're going to do this is we have our speaker and we have a moderator to ask questions. We'll have two fireside chats, and one starting with Dr. Ratan Lal, who will be joining us virtually. And then Danielle Nuremberg will be the moderator and president of Food Tank to help with some of these questions. So we'll transition into bringing in Dr. Lal.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Danielle Nuremberg. I am president of an organization called Food Tank. We're a research and advocacy organization devoted to really highlighting stories of hope and success in food and agriculture systems, both domestically and internationally. It is my deep honor to be here today, and I really want to thank Dr. Michelle Schrader-Romero and her colleagues and the entire university for having me and for having Food Tank. They've been wonderful partners and collaborators. And again, just an honor to be among you all. I've always said that one of the best parts of my job is getting to meet my heroines and heroes. And Dr. Raton from Ohio State University is certainly one of those heroes. And so I am honored he could join us virtually. I will introduce him, but he's a person who's impossible to introduce because he's done so much throughout his career. He is a distinguished university professor of soil science and the founding director of the Carbon Management and Sequestration Center at Ohio State. He is one of the world's foremost experts, I would say the world's foremost expert on soil, and his life's work has been dedicated to developing and promoting soil-saving techniques that have benefited millions of small-scale farmers. And I want to say that again, millions of small-scale farmers, and improved food and nutrition security for more than 2 billion people, and saved hundreds of millions of hectares of tropical ecosystems. He is also the recipient of numerous accolades and prizes, including the 2020 World Food Prize for his work on soil science. And I continue to be stunned that I get to talk to him. This has happened maybe 3 or 4 times where I have been able to share the stage with him. So it's a true honor to be with you again today. I wish you were here in person, but I hope you're feeling much better. And just to give you some context, we have about 25 minutes for this conversation and our next conversation, and then we'll come back for Q&A. So Dr. Law, so nice to see you.
Thank you so much for having me, and I greatly appreciate your and Michelle's understanding that I could join you virtually. It's a great honor and privilege to be with you today.
It's ours. Dr. Law, I want to start with a very simple, but what I think is a very important question to set the context for this conference. And what is the role of soil in addressing the climate crisis?
Soil is very critical in addressing not only the climate change, but many other global issues which we are facing in the world today. Climate change, food security, water quality, biodiversity, most of the sustainable development goals. In terms of climate change, soil of the world, total sink capacity of carbon, reservoir of about 1,500 gigaton of organic carbon, another 750 gigaton of inorganic carbon, 2,300 gigaton. Compared with that in biota, about 620 gigaton, and atmosphere about 820 to 850 gigaton. So it is a major reservoir, therefore a small change in carbon stock in soil by land use and management can have both positive and negative impact on climate change. And hopefully we are discussing today what can be the positive impact of soil in mitigating and adapting climate change.
Absolutely, and I want to get into those positive impacts. Michelle at the beginning, said this is a really pivotal time, and I feel the urgency myself, and you and I have talked about that urgency, but we've also talked about, this idea of soil as a religion, and it's something that, I've heard a lot from you, and I'm not very religious, but I can worship the soil, and so I'm wondering, can you talk about this perspective and how we could all sort of understand soil better?
Well, a few years back, I think 2014, I wrote an article called Soil and Sanskriti. The word Sanskriti comes from Sanskrit, but it means civilization, soil and civilization. And in that, I made a table how different religious scriptures of the world, whether Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Buddhism, they preach, teach the worship, care, stewardship of soil and natural resources. And I'm impressed that if I were to come up with one commonality amongst all these religions, it is the care, the need to protect and manage the soil resources very properly. So I think things have not really changed while different religions came up with their own concept of how to protect and manage natural resources. Scientifically, these days, we have also adopted kind of religious deities. We call them differently: pedology, ecology, agroecology, meteorology, geology. but essentially the same thing. We are trying to manage and protect the natural resources, which are finite and very precious. So going back to our roots and linking with the current modern thinking is essentially one and the same thing.
Absolutely. But unfortunately, we've tended to put ourselves in silos and not understand how soil health is related to so many other parts of our ecosystem health. And how can we address that a little bit better?
Thank you very much. That's a very important concept indeed. We call it One Health concept. And the One Health concept essentially states that the health of soil, plants, animal, people, ecosystem, and the planetary processes is one and indivisible. Therefore, if the health of soil goes down, the health of ecosystem services that are critical to health of human and other biota on the planet also goes down with it. Taking the human health in particular, obviously the critical micronutrients, 17 of them, in addition to major nutrients, which are essential in diet, they should come from soil. Therefore, healthy soil is very critical to that one. And going back to your previous question, how did religious philosophies narrated to that? I will give you two specific examples which highlight that very well. And one of them is my own native background from Punjab. And the Sikhism, Guru Bonney, the book of Sikhism that preaches the concept, it says very nicely, Paun Guru Pani Pita Mata Dharta Mahat. The wind is Guru, Father is water, but the greatest of them all is the Mother Earth. And that's very nicely depicted. If you go back to some Upanishad, which are Sanskrit scriptures going back to several thousand years back, this One Health concept, it states in a different language, and I'm going to speak in Sanskrit terminology, Kshati Jal Pavak Gagan Samira. Kshati is soil, Jal is water, Pavak is energy, Gagan is space, Samira is wind. Panch Tattva Adam Sharira, human body is made of these 5 elements. Do not degrade them. And that tells you how human health and the environment that humans live in are so critically dependent on the health of the soil and how important it is.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. You recently published a piece in the Journal of Soil and Water Conservation about how soil health can help to advance peace efforts. And obviously this is such an important issue right now, not only what's happening in the Ukraine with the Russian aggression towards the country there, but there are many conflicts around the globe that are affecting people's ability to nourish themselves, to farm. And so I'm wondering if you can talk about the degradation of soil and the lack of arable land and how those things contribute to violence.
Thank you very much. In fact, I am really very concerned that the war in Eastern Europe is continuing for so long. It has already affected more than 10 million refugees. We had 35 million refugees before the crisis, another 10 million at least contributing to this tragedy very much. And although there was good news that now the wheat and other grains can be shipped out, but distribution of grains, distribution of fertilizer, other inputs to many parts of the world have been adversely affected. So hope somebody who has the power to stop this crisis would be listening and taking care of it. But the fact remains that when people are desperate, miserable, suffering, and hungry, they pass their sufferings to the land. And the land reciprocates, and they suffer more. And they create more problem for the soil, and the soil reciprocates more. And this vicious cycle has plagued humanity forever. In fact, if I may say so, famines are human-made tragedies. And they create the crisis, and then the crisis creates the instability, and this vicious cycle really is a very serious problem. This degradation of soil resources that affects almost 1/3 the total land area. and perhaps as many as 3 billion people, is a really major cause of the conflicts, whether it's water resources, whether it's the scarcity of prime agricultural land, whether it's access to food because safe and healthy food. So the world peace and stability and tranquility cannot be achieved if the land and water and the environment are degraded and they are not healthy enough to support not only the humanity, but all the biota. So the major path to global peace on a long-term basis is to maintain natural resources, soil, water, and air in the best condition possible. Humanity must learn how to live in synchronization, in symbiosis with nature, rather than fight nature. We have to learn that, and we must teach that concept right from the primary school so children grow up with that idea that soil and environment are very precious and must be taken care of.
I couldn't agree more, Dr. Lal. And I wonder if you see what's happening now, whether it's in Ukraine or in the Horn of Africa, these conflicts, are these an opportunity for us to really realize finally that we need to invest, that governments need to invest in soil health?
Absolutely. Of course, there are urgent issues that have to be taken care of. The war must stop. The refugees should be taken care of. Those which are vulnerable, elderly, mothers, young children, they must be protected. They must be given the safe and healthy food and safe place to live. So those are immediate needs. But on a long-term basis, humanity can never afford to have 1/3 or more of the land area which is degraded, both in terms of creating ecosystem services, but also creating a livable environment. So that part is a long-term process that we must. There have been many policies. There was a World Soil Charter by FAO. There have been Soil Protection Act of the US Senate 440 resolution passed in 2008. The implementation of these issues is really the critical part, especially in developing countries, but everywhere. Food security, which COVID has aggravated. We had 690 million people at the end of 2019 and more than 820 million now. These are people who do not get enough to eat, but there are more than 2 billion people who are suffering from malnutrition. So you can never have peace when the stomach is empty. And unfortunately, the fire that burns in the pit of an empty stomach is so intense and so ferocious, it can be quenched only with a loaf of bread made from grains grown on a healthy soil. And that's a very important message that we must convey.
Very important message, Dr. Lal. And I love what you said about while we have these crises that we have to address immediately, we need, emergency assistance to many countries. We also have to invest in long-term agricultural strategies, including soil health, so that, this vicious cycle of hunger doesn't continue.
Absolutely. And I think in terms of investment in soil health, I think it's very important to mention, because we are going to talk to our Undersecretary of Agriculture shortly. I'm very pleased that he'll be joining us. We must reward farmer for expectations we have of them. If we want farmer to adopt practices that will improve soil health, restore soil carbon stock, mitigate climate change, improve water quality, improve biodiversity, we must be willing to pay them, incentivize them, and motivate them for doing that. And this is a globally requirement, not only just for small landholder in developing countries, everywhere. And when we reward farmers for adopting better practices, the reward must be the societal value, the real value of carbon, and it must be paid in such a way that all inputs required to convert from conventional to restorative practices, farmers are not losing their profit margin, which is already very small. So rewarding farmer is a very critical part of that equation.
Absolutely. Farmers have to be part of these conversations. They have to be paid for their stewardship of the land. And I hope that we can talk more about that with Dr. Bonney in a few minutes. The term regenerative agriculture is being used a lot more. But from my perspective, farmers, scientists like yourself, companies, and many others are using it in different ways. And I'm wondering, what are the soil practices that can help protect the financial interests of farmers as inputs are rising? Artificial fertilizer prices have risen dramatically because of the war against Ukraine. And I'm wondering, what sort, you talked about incentives for farmers. How can we incentivize them to use agroecological practices?
Thank you. Yes, let's first talk about what the current situation in the US. Maybe this will come up later on. We have currently about 104 million acre of cropland under so-called no-till agriculture. Another 198 million acre under reduced tillage. Cover cropping only 15 million acre. And this is about 25% under no-till, another 25% under reduced till, cover cropping hardly 4%. So if we were to incentivize farmer for carbon sequestration, the societal cost that I have calculated about 8 years ago was about $130 per ton of carbon. That comes to about $30 to $35 per credit, which is a metric ton of CO2. Now, I must salute several private companies are beginning to pay farmers, some $6, some $8, for some $10, and that's greatly appreciated. I, as an academic, as a teacher, I greatly support that initiative by the company, but make sure that you do not undervalue the precious resource. Farmers should be paid fair and just price, and a just price of $30 to $35, but them paying $7 to $8 or $10 is a good start, but not adequate enough. And that is the kind of policy decision we should be having there. The farmers' interests are protected and farmers are paid a fair price. One quick cost equation is that if I know the statistic correctly, converting from conventional till to no-till would cost probably some farmer another $40 per acre. And the seed price or cover crop is much more. So let's make sure that whatever we are demanding of farmers, we are willing to pay them back.
Absolutely. We need to help them transition, certainly. I wonder if you think the pandemic has made us value the role that farmers play more than we did maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, certainly the commodity prices, food prices, fresh produce prices have certainly gone up considerably, and people who have low income are certainly suffering. Farmers have stepped in many places, but still we have a long way to go. But one part I'd like to mention that each one of us is a culprit as well as a victim. Therefore, we probably can also safe in many ways, create safety environment. Food waste is a major issue. 30%, maybe 40% of the grain, and maybe fresh produce even more. The per capita emission from food waste is quite high. I was looking at the statistics today. It's about half a ton of CO2 per year per person in the US alone. So that part is also very critical. So saving and then urban agriculture, recycling the nutrients and water coming into the cities, mega cities especially, is very important part. So one home, one garden. That's a good philosophy. So compensate that. But I like to also mention that mega cities, and we have about 35 or 38 of them, and mega cities, 10 million people. 10 million people require 6,000 tons of food per day. And if a city has 30 million people, multiplied by 3. So I think policy on a long term should be planning cities in such a way that perhaps 15, 20, 25% of the produce which is needed in the city is coming from the city limits through proper agricultural practices, which are more innovative. And they may not necessarily be soil-based agriculture. They may be soil-less solution.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you mentioned food waste, which is such a huge contributor to climate change. And I was in Glasgow last year at the UN Climate Change Conference, and like so many of us who were there, we were energized by the discussions that were happening around food and agriculture. But unfortunately, a lot of those discussions, that energy that we felt, did not make it into the final documentation, especially around soil health and agriculture. And I'm wondering why you think global leaders failed to incorporate them.
Danya, I'm glad you mentioned that. In fact, we as a soil scientists and those involved with climate change and agriculture are very disappointed that the Glasgow final recommendation report did not have two critical words, soil and agriculture, for example, and food and nutritional aspect in relation to using agriculture as a solution to environmental issue. I was also disappointed Secretary General's excellent report, which he made on 23rd of September, 2021. And there again, the One Health concept was narrowed down to human health is closely related to animal health. And I can understand that from the perspective of COVID situation we have. But we had two great opportunities to not give the preference to soil and agriculture. I think this was the opportunity I missed. And I hope that COP27 coming up in Egypt will rectify the situation and give very much importance to agriculture and soil management and soil health as a solution to food and environment and to achieving sustainable development goals. And I hope our representative, those who go to COP27, will take note of that.
Absolutely, and I am very hopeful, Dr. Lal. There will be 4 food pavilions at the UN Climate Change Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. This is the first time there's even one food pavilion, and I believe the Egyptian presidency of COP has devoted one day of the entire conference to discuss agriculture. So there is optimism here, Dr. Lal.
I'm very glad, and I hope that optimism of like cattle per mill, 4 per thousand, adopted in 2015 at COP21 in Paris, its implementation has not happened. So adopting a resolution and being a signatory must be followed up by actual translating those words into deeds and action.
Absolutely.
And I hope that.
What a great way to end this conversation. I hope you'll stay with us. Dr. Bonney is going to join me on stage now, and then we'll have Q&A for both of you in a few minutes. Thank you, Dr. Lal. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
I'm quite excited to speak to our next guest, Dr. Robert Bonney. Dr. Bonney serves as the Undersecretary for Farm Production and Conservation with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. He also served as Deputy Chief of Staff and Climate Advisor at USDA. He was with Duke University as a Rubenstein Fellow, and then as Executive in Residence at the Nicholas Institute for Environmental Policy Solutions, working on conservation and environmental issues in rural America. I could go on and on with his bio.
Keep a job.
I know. I feel bad for you. But I'm really, really glad that you could join us this afternoon, Dr. Bonney. You're somebody I have listened to speak many, many times and have always, sort of wanted to dig in deeper, and now I get this opportunity. So, and again, we have about 25 minutes for this conversation, and then Dr. Lal will come back with Dr. Bonney to answer questions from all of you. So, Dr. Lal just spoke about the lack of both the inclusion of soil health and agriculture from the Glasgow conference, and sort of the action needed to really get that going. And I'm wondering if you'd like to respond.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And agriculture on the international stage when it relates to climate has been a touchy issue for a long time.
Yeah.
So there were issues about sovereignty, countries worried about food sovereignty, food availability. That made it sensitive amongst the international delegates at the negotiations. There was also a lot of folks in the environmental community that viewed both forests and agriculture, at least 15 years ago, as sort of diversion. We really needed to talk about fossil fuel and energy, And so there was a lot of skepticism around the role that agriculture and forest could play in climate change. And some of that skepticism has sort of lingered with us. And part of it was concern about carbon markets and the ability of carbon markets to properly compensate for reductions or lack thereof in fossil fuel. And so there were a number of things that sort of kept real serious discussion about agriculture and forests off the international stage. It's changed dramatically in the last decade. We aren't where we need to be, but it has changed dramatically, and there are good conversations internationally about the role of agriculture, and I think Rotund Lal has been at the center of a lot of it, and the soils piece has been really important.
Absolutely. You know, you talk about sort of the skepticism, and I wonder now where you think the carbon market sort of concept is. Do people understand it now? Do businesses want to take it on? Do farmers want to take it on?
People ask me, what do I think agriculture and forest policy looks like in a decade as it relates to climate change? Is there going to be a compliance market? I don't know. We see emerging voluntary markets. Is it going to be driven largely by the private sector? Maybe. I don't know. I do think it's really important for us to make investments, to recognize some of the things that Rotund Lal talked about, that we need to incentivize this, that we need to invest in measurement, monitoring, innovation, technology, all those things. And the market, there's going to be a place for the carbon market. There's no question about that. But also, I've been at this for a long time. I know you and lots of other folks have, and we've struggled to get a market sort of fully up and running. And I think that's somewhat telling that there are always going to be some challenges. And I think thinking about how do we value these practices, whether through a carbon market, whether it's through climate smart commodities, whether it's through traditional incentive programs, how do we provide the information and the data so that consumers and food companies can make choices and let their consumers make choices? And I think building those building blocks is going to be really, really important. If we end up with a compliance market, we could absolutely make it work. But I think we need to think about lots of potential options and lots of ways to think about how do we value this stuff in a way that our farmers and ranchers and forest owners can actually implement it and profit from it.
Absolutely. Thank you for answering that. Given that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, is likely to pass tomorrow, knock on wood, is there anything you want to say quickly?
Some really important provisions in there, right? Significant resources for Natural Resources Conservation Service to implement climate smart practices across the country. That's really important. Some really important provision with respect to both farmers that have been discriminated against and farmers that are having real financial difficulties. That very important provisions there. Important provisions for USDA as well as it relates to renewable energy and options there. So, hopefully Congress takes the step forward here and it will keep those of us at USDA busy. We're already a little busy. This will make us even busier.
I'm sure. And I want to get back to the discrimination angle in a few minutes. But I'm wondering, there are so many folks, here in North Carolina. I grew up in the rural Midwest, and I grew up around farmers, and they don't often use the word climate change, but they know something is happening. Things are very different when their grandparents were farming. The extreme weather events that Michelle alluded to in her introduction. I'm wondering if we have a semantics problem, if we have a communication problem and a language problem around how we reach those farmers who are trying to do the right thing and need to be incentivized, as Dr. Lal said, but how can we communicate better to farmers around the idea of them, they are already part of the solution, but instead they get blamed. They get blamed. They've been blamed by, you know, folks at USDA in the past. They've been blamed by, you know, nonprofits like, you know, mine, like by environmentalists. How do we get farmers to know that they are part of the solution and not the culprits here?
So one of the, when I left USDA the first go round and ended up going to Duke, one of the reasons I was interested in going to Duke is because I wanted to do work around rural attitudes on the environment and learn, because I've worked around rural folks my entire career, and there's this deep sense of stewardship and commitment to the land that you see. It cuts across agriculture, it cuts across forestry, and yet we all know there's a lot of skepticism about environmental policy.
Right.
And so one of the things we did polling, we did focus groups, we interviewed rural leaders across the country. And what you find out is there's no difference in how much people care about the environment. Across cities, suburbs, rural, everybody cares about the environment. So in some sense, it's not the what, it's not do we care about what we care about, it's the how. It's how we do it. The conversation with rural voters changes around the environment when you start to talk about the how we do it. If you talk to rural voters about things like the Clean Water Act, they will tell you, I care deeply about clean water. I'm not sure the government does a very good job of figuring that out with farmers and ranchers and forest owners. So the how really matters. And if you ask rural voters about climate change and you compare their attitudes on the government, there's a close link. If you ask them about what they think about the government, you can predict what they think about climate change.
Sure.
And vice versa. Again, the how really matters here. And part of it is that you've got producers, and look, I worked for an environmental group for 14 years. I worked at EDF. They love cap and trade. They're pushing cap and trade, and I worked on the Endangered Species Act, all these things. But when cap and trade came along in 09 and 10, I think a lot of producers felt, oh, Jesus, top down, regulatory heavy, right? Thinking about what they've heard or what they've experienced with the Endangered Species Act or Clean Water Act or other things like that. And their attitude towards climate was colored by that. Fast forward today, the conversation has changed dramatically. Agriculture is at the table with their sleeves rolled up, working on climate policy in a really productive way. Same thing's true on the forestry side. That doesn't mean we don't still have issues out in the boot heel of Missouri or where I grew up in Kentucky, conversations around climate. But largely, I think we're beyond that. But we got to get the how right. This has to feel voluntary, incentive-based, market-oriented. It's got to be able to integrate. We've got to integrate climate into agricultural operations so that it pencils for producers. It's got to feel locally led, flexible, not top-down. It can't be overly prescriptive. And the question for all of us is, how do we value the outcomes we want? And how do we work with farmers and folks at universities and partners and others to make that happen? And that's the how that we need to figure out.
So I guess then my next question is, if the question is how is USDA helping farmers do this? Is USDA helping farmers do this?
Yes. So you all know we have substantial resources every year to invest in conservation programs. And we've got a lot of discretion in what practices we choose and how to put those programs on the ground. So with our Conservation Reserve Program, the Trump administration had turned down the incentives on the Conservation Reserve Program. We've cranked them back up. And we've cranked them back up particularly for practices that are particularly good for climate. So that's a program that idles marginal agricultural land, puts it in grasses, puts it in trees for a 10 to 15-year contract. We took crop insurance and we created a rebate for producers that use cover crops, $5 an acre. Doesn't sound like a whole lot. We thought we'd get 5 million acres. We got 12 million acres the first year. We've taken our conservation programs that NRCS uses, Environmental Quality Incentive Program, Conservation Stewardship Program, and others, and are highlighting both mitigation practices as well as resilience practices to make sure that that we're funding those. The big thing we've done on climate is USDA has something called the Commodity Credit Corporation, which allows it to support commodity production in a variety of ways. We've taken $1 billion out of the Commodity Credit Corporation, and we've created a program called Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities that will fund partnerships of farmers, ranchers, forest owners, universities, conservation groups, and others, and fund them to essentially scale up the application of climate smart practices across the country, and to measure, monitor, and verify those. This is a commodity program. This is not a conservation program. What we're interested in is helping farmers, ranchers, forest owners produce commodities that are grown with climate smart practices. And so the idea here is to work with ways to embed those incentives into what agriculture is doing. One other piece that's really important about this, and I know you're heading this direction, you all know about the history of USDA, black farmers, Native American farmers, women farmers, Latino farmers. It's not a good history. Equity is central to everything we do, whether we think about who we hire, our policies, our programs, implementation, and everything. When we built this partnerships program, we wanted to build equity in on the front side. So we asked folks when they were putting together these proposals, think about equity and tell us how you're going to reach out to small, medium-sized farmers and historically underserved producers. Then we set aside a portion of the funding just for projects that are focused on equity. We got in 1,050 proposals, $20 billion of asks for $1 billion in funding. One of the great things that came out of it is the partnerships that we saw with, whether it's in the South, the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, or the Native American tribes in the West. Some of the partnerships around equity and dealing with small producers, medium-sized producers are really, really exciting. So more to come on that program. We're in the midst of looking at proposals now. We expect to be out sometime in September. Don't hold me to that, but that's the plan.
So Dr. Bonney, if equity is central, how can USDA help these, historically underserved, marginalized communities who have not had great experiences with USDA, have not had great experiences overall with government programs? How can we make it easier? How can USDA make it easier for them to be part of it? You've talked a lot about commodities here, and I want to get into this later. A lot of small and medium-sized farmers are growing a lot of different things that the USDA likes to call specialty crops, which I don't like. These are the foods that are central, fruits and vegetables and nutritious grains that are central to healthy diets. And so I'm wondering how you make it easier for folks who are growing those crops, the crops we need more of, who contribute to soil health, make it easier for them to be part of these programs?
It's a great question. You're right. For a long time, USDA programs have focused on a slice of agriculture. And so part of it, let me first address issues related to historically underserved producers themselves. So in those cases, you're exactly right. We have a trust problem. So we are using dollars in NRCS, Farm Service Agency, as well as the Risk Management Agency that deals with crop insurance, to build alliances with partners, with black farm groups, with tribes and others, to be able to make sure we're doing a better job of outreach and delivering those programs to those producers. So how can we build alliances with folks that can actually help us implement these programs? So that's a key piece. A second piece is to make sure that we are diversifying our own staff. So our staff looks like, when people walk into the office, they see folks that look like them. That's obviously a critically important part as well. And then you talked about making sure that our programs are available for all of agriculture. So you see crop insurance products now for whole farm insurance that allows folks who have diverse operations to be able to come in. How do we create more products for folks like that that will essentially provide them risk management tools? Same thing on the Farm Service Agency side. So when we got into when the Biden administration came in, the Trump administration and Congress had created something called CFAP, I won't give you the name, but it was to deal with the coronavirus and the challenges that agriculture had dealing with that. A lot of those dollars were going to sort of mostly to traditional agriculture. Traditional agriculture is great. We put a stop on it to make sure, okay, where are the gaps, where are dollars not going? So right then we started allocating those dollars in a different way. The smaller, medium-sized producers, fruits and vegetables, specialty crop folks actually got those resources as well. And so, you know, as we think going forward, we've got to think how do we make sure all of agriculture gets to play both who the farmers are, but also what they grow. The last thing I'll say on this is a critically important piece of this is finance. USDA plays a really important role in financing through direct loans as well as guaranteed loans folks in agriculture. And that's where in the past a lot of the discrimination has been based. So the question is, how do we get USDA in a culture that's about yes? How do we get new people in, young farmers, farmers of color, urban farmers, and other folks? How do we get them in and create a culture that is about getting them to yes, that's about helping them develop their operations, and how do we make investments there? And I think that's an important issue as we think about implementing these programs. It's also an important issue when we think about the Farm Bill, because frankly it would be better if we can build partnerships, have resources to allow us to bring new folks into agriculture.
I know a lot of young farmers have come specifically to this conference, and I wonder what your advice is to them to how to sort of become part of these programs. Extension agents have, you know, the extension service in the United States has dramatically diminished over the last, you know, couple of decades. Who do they reach out to? How do they, you know, get the resources that they need?
I was at folks this morning. I was with the farm credit folks here in North Carolina. One of the things they are doing is having an annual, and have for 20 plus years, is had an annual conference on exactly this, working with young farmers, teaching them finance, teaching them programs, all those things. So I think there's a broader effort that involves both USDA and investments in what we do, extension, outreach, partnerships, but also with folks in the private sector to be able to, with the bank, the lenders, and those folks. There are a lot of folks that don't know how to get into USDA still, and we've got to do far more to, again, invite them in and have a culture of yes, where we're walking folks in the door and helping them get the financing they need to move forward.
Absolutely. So I you know, given that you talked a little bit about the Farm Bill, there have been calls maybe for the last decade to call it a food and farm bill. And, you know, that sort of leads me to this question about how do we encourage folks at USDA, folks in this room, scientists who are in silos, people like me who work at nonprofits, to understand that food and agriculture and nutrition and health are really part of the same thing. They don't need to be siloed.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. And there's been this, you're exactly right. In the last decade, there's been this conversation about, you know, some people saying, this is not a farm bill, it's a food bill. I work on the conservation people. People say, this isn't a farm bill, it's a conservation bill. It's all those things. It's an energy bill, and it's a nutrition bill, and all those things. I think we're in a far better place now. We are related to those issues than we were a while ago. We're making big investments in urban agriculture. We're creating urban agricultural county offices, now, or county committees now. We're putting offices in a bunch of cities, so investments there in kind of new innovative agriculture that weren't part of the conversation before. One of the challenges you have is that we only have the authorities that Congress gives us. So we have to be creative when it comes to things like urban agriculture and figure out how do you piece together the resources to do that? How do we use EQIP dollars? We did that. We started that during the Obama years, are now back doing that. But there's also authorities we need in the context of the Farm Bill, and that's why the conversation you're talking about is so important. You and Ratan Lal were talking about food waste. Huge issue, right? We don't have the policy infrastructure probably we need yet to be able to address issues like that. We can work with our folks in rural development. We can do some things on the farm side, but there's probably more thinking that needs to be done there. Same thing on the urban agriculture side. How do we create insurance products? How do we create risk management? And we will continue to be as creative as we can, But there are authorities that Congress could give us that would make many of those things easier. And that's why the Farm Bill conversation is so important. Farm bills, typically, you don't get revolutions in farm bills, like you don't get dramatic changes, but you can get incremental changes, and you can give USDA the authority to try things and do things, and that will in the long term play a big role in shifting policy.
Dr. Bonney, you know, I understand that a lot of these changes have been incremental in the past, but I feel an urgency, and I feel like you do too. I don't think we have time for incremental change. I do think we need a revolution in the Farm Bill, in agriculture as a whole. I wonder how you feel about that, and this urgency that if we don't make change now, the world will be on fire.
Yeah, I mean, there's, on the climate side, no question, enormous amount of urgency. I go back a little bit to the conversation about the how mattering. If we get the how right in the conversations of the Farm Bill and how this is going to look to agriculture, and if we can bring agriculture, all of agriculture with us, and the same thing on the forestry, those conversations in the Farm Bill are a lot easier. And it may not be a revolution, but you know, take the example of what we've done with the Commodity Credit Corporation on the partnerships program. We've created a lot of interest. There's a lot of conversation going into the Farm Bill about these types of partnerships and flexible dollars and thinking about climate smart commodities. And I expect that will be an important part of the conversations as we get into the 23 Farm Bill. So yeah, no question there is a sense of urgency. The Farm Bill is a piece of legislation that is done by addition, not subtraction. And what I mean by that is we have to build coalitions. We have to build people. Most of the money goes to nutrition, right? We have to keep those folks with us. A lot of money goes to conservation. We need those folks with us. A lot of money goes to agriculture and to a lesser degree forestry. And it's about how do you build that coalition? And that means getting the how right, the policies right. And if you can do that, you can move significant dollars.
Thank you so much. I want to end with you on a more hopeful note. What do you see as optimistic within USDA and with the country looking at the climate crisis over the next 5 years? Do you see real changes happening and being made?
Oh yeah, I mean, I realize that there's a lot of pessimism out there. I'm actually really optimistic. Agriculture is engaged in a way they haven't been before, and they're doing real stuff on the ground. Do we have a ways to go? Of course we have a ways to go, but there are significant opportunities there. We're seeing market signals from folks in business interested in investments in agriculture, and we're seeing a lot of folks in agriculture respond to the market signals they're seeing, and also looking for opportunities to improve their own operations. One thing that's really, really important as you think about climate and agriculture and forestry is there's this alignment. There's alignment between the types of practices that are good for the climate and that are also good for agriculture and forestry. Want to store carbon in forests? We need to address the wildfire problems out west. That means we need active forest management. We need to store carbon, and we should be building tall buildings with wood, right? There's a lot of opportunity for forest landowners and forest industry actually in climate policy. In agricultural side, Rattan Law. You improve your soil health, guess what? You can improve your productivity and resilience at the same time. Reduce your nitrogen inputs, save on high cost of inputs, be more efficient, pencil out a bottom line. New innovation, new technology new technologies that will sequester nitrogen out of the air, make it available for the roots of agricultural plants, potentially to reduce nitrogen by 30, 40 pounds per acre per year. There's some enormous opportunity, creativity, innovation.
Yeah.
The trick for us is to give the signals in a way that agriculture will come with us, that will adopt these things and move forward. And that means both government investments, it means private sector investments, it needs partnerships with universities. Is there urgency? Absolutely. Is there opportunity? Yeah, it's huge.
There is opportunity, and I like what you said about innovation and creativity. Those things need to go hand in hand with all of this. I want to thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I'm hoping we can bring Dr. Lal back. There he is. Hello, Dr. Lal. Great. So now it's for all of you to ask questions that you'd like from both of these speakers. I believe there's a roving mic. This gentleman has it right here. Oh, it's Tom Philpott.
Question from the press.
I didn't quite mean to take the first question, but so this is a question for both of you guys up there. A study came out last year from University of Massachusetts researchers looking at satellite data and finding that fully 1/3 of the Corn Belt farmland has lost its entire layer of topsoil. And this isn't a problem that, obviously it goes back to the mid-19th century and settlement, but it's an ongoing issue. There's an incredible researcher at Iowa State University named Richard Cruz who's finding that erosion rates are still extremely high in the Corn Belt. And I wonder how you guys think about this fact and how this is an ongoing issue. And maybe, Mr. Bonney, you could respond to how the current policy framework is, what that tells us about the current policy framework. And Dr. Lal, I wonder if you could comment on whether this is something that we can repair in our lifetimes and how we go about repairing this incredible cache of soil that we've wasted away so rapidly. Thank you very much.
Okay, when asked a question on soil, always defer to the expert.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I really want to compliment you for your excellent summary of the very optimistic solution that government is doing, and that's really commendable. That's very much appreciated. The question about soil erosion, that's very relevant indeed. I think Farm Bill 87, which had CRP program, highly erodible land, take out of cultivation, retire the land, 40 million acres were signed under that, and farmers are paid adequately. But simple measurements such as satellite imagery, whether a highly erodible land was actually retired and not being cultivated, and farmers are rewarded for that. So if we can adopt conservation agriculture in Iowa and rest of the Midwest Corn Belt region, which right now is only 25% of the land area, I think that would be a step in a very right direction. And this is what I was thinking about translating science into action. The conservation tillage, no-till farming, its impact on erosion control, the USD experiment station that got closed down in Ohio, Horton, had experiments on watershed demonstrating very effectiveness of the conservation agriculture, no-till farming with residue mulch on erosion control. The question is how to motivate most farmers for adopting it. Sometimes there is a reduction in crop yield. There is a more incidence of pests sometimes, but overall that is a way to control. And I'm hoping that some revolutionary idea that were mentioned the Farm Bill may not have. How about Soil Health Act? We have Clean Air Act, we have Clean Water Act. How can you have clean air and clean water without healthy soil? So having Healthy Soil Act, in which you reward farmer for adopting conservation agriculture practices, cover cropping to control erosion, and pay farmer appropriately, would be a step in a very right direction. This is where private sector, government, academic organization, and of course land managers can come together and address this problem in a very good way. We have a good history of CRP, a success story, and I think we should extend it.
I'll start to answer from the policy side by acknowledging I feel like a lot of my career has been trying to take the vision of various important people and put it into practice. Aldo Leopold, Hugh Hammond Bennett, and that guy. And so it's an honor to be with you on this panel. We've got far more to do, there's no question, in the Midwest and elsewhere. And the question is, how do we create value for those practices? How do we create a system that you know, I talked about alignment. There's alignment, but in times there are costs and risks associated with changing management practices. Can we think about it in our finance? Can we think about it in crop insurance as we did with the cover crop piece? Can we think about those tools and how we value them, whether it's through climate smart partnerships or other things? So one piece is valuing it. There's also creative ways we can do around soil erosion, better targeted use of the Conservation Reserve Program. So there are efforts there. The Conservation Stewardship Program, formerly the Conservation Security Program, you know, there's an opportunity there to work with existing farmers, with existing operations, to put those practices into place. The resources in the bill that Congress is voting on today, really important in thinking about how do we actually target those resources to problems like this. So I think, you know, getting the incentives right, outreach to producers, better research to be able to share with them, all those things are how we get at this.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Tom, for the question. Great. Hi.
This is kind of leading off of that question that he asked. So today we've been speaking about a lot about producers and about farmers and those that work with the land. However, there's a current trend that much of the land is being bought up and is not owned by those that are actually producing on the land. And a researcher out of Texas A&M, Dr. Diane Bagdal, she had actually done a societal kind of study about why there is a low adoption to cover crop practices. And much of it actually had to do with the fact that the farmers are leasing the land. They're not owning it. And the owner wants that land to look the way grandpa had that land looking. Or so they're telling the farmer to till because that's the way they want the land to look. So how do you go about addressing a perception issue of how we move our mindset from what a farm should look like to something that maybe is a little bit more messy because that's what's healthy?
Great, thank you. Do you want to try that?
Yeah,
first,
it's
Jim?
a great question. There are cultural barriers, right? Even though there might be this alignment, it may not just be a financial challenge. It may be cultural issues. If that's the way we've done it forever, or, you know, I like clean farming. And, you know, incentives and education are an important piece of that. Your point about the amount of leased land, I think, is a really important issue as well. One of the interesting things about actually valuing climate smart commodities is you're valuing practices on those acres as those commodities are produced. And you may actually start to be able to get around that challenge where the producer who's leasing the land still has the incentives because they're interested in producing a climate smart commodity or whatever it is, sustainable commodity. And if we can make that connection to markets and consumers, we may be able to maintain that incentive even though land is changing hands through leasing.
Dr. Lal, do you want to address any of that?
Just want to add to what Secretary already said very nicely. I want to emphasize the education part. And education, in my opinion, we should begin right from the kindergarten and primary school and middle school. I do not know of many alphabet books which deal with agriculture and environment issues. How about something like Little Prince, which is focused on environment, so that children grow up respecting agriculture and knowing where the healthy food comes from and what the healthy environment are. So I think a revolution in education, right from the primary school onward, where a Little Prince book translated in 350 languages could be focused on environment and soil and climate change mitigation, so children grow up with that concept of protecting land resources. So that would be one point that I would emphasize, changing the mindset on a long-term basis.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. We have time for one more question. Right there, because you yelled at me. You need to wait for the microphone so everyone can hear on the live stream.
Since I'm a farmer, I know with the question a while ago about land leasing and everything. So in the last 2 years, you know, the program got changed to where the farmer always just went out to the FC office, signed the land up. Now they're requiring the landowner to go in there, sign it when you're entering into the conservation plan, the equip plans and stuff. So in the last 2 years, the landowner said, well, you're improving my land. Well, he's wanting more money. And the programs is not changing the price. Like you said a while ago, it's $5 an acre. You know how much rapeseed is now?
Yeah. This is a problem across
Yes, sir.
conservation programs across the country. We burned down a fence in the west and a wildfire, cost 3 times as much to build it back.
Yes, sir.
And we've got to be flexible enough to adapt to that.
Yeah, that's what I think, that the conservation plan should be, the government should supply the seeds.
Yep, you're
Instead
absolutely
of
right.
me trying to go on the free market, because terracotta squash, not terracotta, daikon squash, and them things, the money went from like $80-some in the
Yeah.
last 5 years to over $300 a bag. So you can't put that out there. In that
Yeah, it's a huge issue for us, and government bureaucracies, right? We try and treat everybody the same, and you create some inertia in the system to actually be flexible to adapt to these situations. So it's really important how we think about implementing our conservation programs has to change so we can deal with issues like this, or just deal with the diversity of agriculture more broadly. Important point.
Thank you. We're out of time for questions, unfortunately. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Lau and Dr. Bonney. This was a really great conversation. Thank you again, Dr. Lau. I hope to see you again soon. I am now, and you're free to leave.
I'm in the hook.
You're free to leave the stage. Thank you so much.
We're doing, Tom's. I think we'll do the research panel first, if it's okay. Yeah, sorry, it's okay. I'm sorry. It's okay. But he'll be back. If I could have the researchers up here. And while they're coming up, I just want to thank Danielle Nuremberg, who did an excellent job in moderating and asking questions. If you can sit over there, yeah. And now I don't need one, okay.
Like with the mics, just run over. Like hand your mic.
Okay. So in the last 2 fireside chats, we got, I think, like a 30,000 view level. 30,000-foot view level. And for the rest of the symposium today, we really wanted to focus on first research and innovations here in North Carolina, some of our North Carolina producers, and then North Carolina food system leaders. And I think we want to integrate as we go, as we heard some of the policies, the big 30,000 view foot questions, kind of integrate what's happening here in North Carolina. We all know we're unique, and we have unique soils and ecosystems, environment, what our practices, what our farming systems, how diverse our communities are. So we really wanted to, in this symposium, highlight what's happening here and hopefully engage and invite you to be part of that as well. So I wanted just to briefly introduce, we have a wide spectrum of agriculture and soil scientist researchers and horticultural science researchers here. Right beside me is Dr. Alan Franz-Lubers, who's a research ecologist with the USDA Agricultural Research Service and a co-director of the Southeast Regional Climate Hub. If you know Alan, I'm sorry, I'm going to indulge and not read on here. That's okay if you all allow me. If you know Alan, Dr. Franz Lubers, you'll know that he is not just an expert here in North Carolina, but worldwide in soil health, soil carbon, is one of the most thoughtful researchers that I've come in contact with. He also helps lead our farming systems unit, as well as our agroforestry unit, one of our newest units at the Center for Environmental Farming Systems. He's on the executive committee for the American Forage and Grassland Council. He studies soil carbon and soil health, as I mentioned. He's the ARS, Agricultural Research Service, co-league of the USDA Southeast Region Climate Change Hub. He's an associate editor for Agricultural and Environmental Letters, and he's a co-author for the Agricultural Chapter of the 5th National Climate Assessment. So we're very excited to have your expertise. Right next to him is Dr. Chris Rieber Horton. I would say a man of many hats, both a professor in the Department of Crop and Soil Science here at North Carolina State University. He's also the platform hub for resilient agricultural systems of our new plant and soil or plant sciences initiative here in the college. And he leads a very exciting, he's going to talk about today, network, Precision Sustainable Agriculture Network. And this network consists of on-farm and on-station experiments to utilize the latest developments in sensors, IT platforms, machine learning to collect and standardize field data from a wide range of agricultural systems and environments. And this network is not just here in North Carolina, but operates in 25 states and has more than 120 locations, so he is busy. And he supports his overall team and along with USDA in addressing climate change, food security, and really integrating the use of technology, especially scale-neutral technology for a variety of farmers. Next to him, we have Dr. Alex Woodley, who's an assistant professor also in the Department of Crop and Soil Sciences at North Carolina State University. His research program focuses on soil productivity, profitability, and sustainable and organic cropping systems. His research links soil health indicators to productive agroecosystems, mitigating soil greenhouse gas emissions. He also is one of our researchers in the Farming Systems Unit at the Center for Environmental Farming Systems. He looks at soil carbon sequestration, nutrient management of fertilizers, especially from organic amendments and cover crops, some of those practices that you hear about from farmers as well as you heard about in the climate smart agriculture and USDA programs. Next to him is one of our newest faculty at North Carolina State A&T Agricultural and Technical University, which is our partner with the Center for Environmental Farming Systems. Dr. Hao Feng is the Blue Cross and Blue Shield endowed professor. His research focuses on sustainable food and kind of the bioprocessing, the post-harvest vegetable production, some of those specialty important crops. Microbial food safety, urban food systems and innovations and use of technology, even plant-based food, food ingredients, food safety and quality, fresh cut produce, value added, and really also looking at some of the technology and data science programs looking at, for example, carbon footprints in both greenhouse and hoop house production, extending that season. So. Now in the mouthful, it's warmly welcome all of our researchers here to tell us a little bit more about not just the research, but answering some of the big questions as well. And I'm going to start with Chris. If you could tell us briefly, what are some of the most pressing climate change challenges in agriculture in North Carolina and that you think research can help address?
Well, I think one of the most challenging things that we're encountering right now in agriculture is the level of variation going up. So, agriculture has always been dealing with variation. The farmers like to say no 2 years are ever the same, and that is very true. But how have we managed in the face of that variation? We still always try to think about what is on average the best response to have. What is the right crop timing? What is the right crops for my area? But as we see climate change going, we're seeing the level of variation, and you may observe that naturally yourself, continuing to increase. And so then how do we deal with that increased variation? And I think that that it's a real challenge for us as researchers. A lot of our research models are not very adept at that. And so that's one of the things that our network has really been working on is, I spent much of my career where, farmers would come to me with a question. I have to write a book every year that tells them this is on average the best practices for how to produce these crops. And so I'll run an experiment. I'll run that experiment for 2 or 3 years. I'll usually have 2 or 3 locations. And then I say, well, I had a different response every time I did it. Always true, just like the farmer's experience. But on average, this was the best response. And then you write that book, and then it just sits there. And I've got some of my chapters that I probably did that experiment 15, 20 years ago. It still says that. Well, that's probably not the best model anymore, right? Because it keeps on shifting. And so how do we adapt quickly enough to deal with this? And so the response of our network has been, we got to all be simultaneously doing the same experiments across very large geographic ranges and get a sense of what worked in each location. And then as that climate is shifting, so maybe the experiment that was conducted in South Carolina 3 years ago is the one that's most applicable to us in North Carolina this year. But we can only do that with these new models, and that's one of the reasons our network too uses a lot of technology. When we're doing all of this, we need data on not just what the crop yield was. We need the environmental metrics. What was the outcomes for water? What was the outcomes for nutrients? What was the impact on the pests? So we need the totality of that data to understand how environment, climate, and soils are creating that crop response, and then be able to get that back to the farmers very rapidly to make decisions, just the very next year. Then I would say too, the farmers are really getting to realize that. When during my career, farmers always have known what they sorry
somewhere in
still
between.
getting used to this camera. What they and their neighbors did. I mean, farmers for time immemorial know exactly what they can remember what they did last year, what all their neighbors did, and that. Well, who is their neighbor now is expanding, and so growers are using social media and they're networking and figuring out what people from multiple states around are doing and trying to adaptively manage with that information.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, in preparation, we were talking a little bit, and I said, what we call this like big data and being able to capture all of this and making it be meaningful. And I said, oh yeah, you must be capturing all the hot temperatures. And you said, actually.
Yeah, that's a great example, Michelle. So, I think we tell ourselves simple narratives about change. And so here in North Carolina, particularly right now, we say what's happened as a result of climate change. It's too darn hot, right? But actually, we've had our latest freezes, 2 of the 5, and we've had 2 late April freezes in the last 5 years. So I don't know if that's the new norm or not, but I can tell you it gives us a heck of a time on a lot of our fruit crops, a heck of a time on our wheat crop. And so it leads to unexpected change. And and really our climate models too don't get down to that level of specificity. The climate models have gotten better and better, and they're great at a regional scale. But they don't tell you when's going to be the last freeze in Wake County? And we don't have that kind of information. Right. And so we're having to learn that on the fly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And it almost gets to why the data and data from a large area, big data, if you will, is important because we tell ourselves our own narrative, kind of what we're experiencing right now, especially when it's hot for 100 many days. Thank you, Chris. Alan, I was wondering if you can tell us a little bit what you think, what role does agroecology and sustainable ag have in addressing climate change in agriculture?
Very good. Thanks for having me here on the panel. I'm just a normal person, so I'm glad, honored to be here.
Superhero.
And I'm happy to see so many people in the audience because actually the issue is about everyone, right? You're all part of the solution, and your decisions will help make us a better planet for us to live together. I mean, we have to interact socially. So the agroecology is an important term because it actually shows that agriculture is in its environment. We have to farm within our environment. We have to know what our environment is. If it's changing all the time, then we have to be able to be flexible. But there are principles that we can follow. And I think the NRCS has done a great thing to elevate soil health into principles. The principles of agroecology follow soil health very much. I don't know that there are any principles of agroecology because, first of all, agroecology covers a vast array of agricultural practices, agricultural systems, from California to Malawi. So the issue is that the principles are important. We need to respect our soil, as Dr. Lal has said. By respecting the soil, we shouldn't treat it like dirt. We shouldn't allow it to be eroded. We shouldn't put chemicals in it that are not very good for the organisms in soil and for us as well. We're exposing ourselves to these elements. And so we have to respect the soil first. It also means that maybe we shouldn't necessarily disturb the soil, because natural habitat, the organisms that live in soil, are essential for the operation of agriculture. And so we should not maybe disturb the home of those organisms in soil. So that's the first principle, right? And we should also always try to keep it covered, because the principle is that we have the sun. It's an important aspect. It's very basic. I used to always tell the third grade children when I was able to speak to them on third grade Ag Day. And there are certain things they can understand, and I believe that Dr. Lal is completely right, is that we need to have education through the K through 12 system. And so you are all in the best position. Maybe some of you are parents. Maybe you know young people, or that you are young people and will be able to elevate that as teachers. So the principle is that the sun is our friend. We have to have the sun, right? Because photosynthesis is the miracle of life. We would not be here without photosynthesis. And so we have to respect that. We have to get as much energy out of the sun through our plants as possible. Cover crops fit into that because it's an essential time of the year when maybe there's not a cash crop. So let's capture the sun's energy. And then it fixes the carbon, and then we can have more carbon into the soil. So it's a part of the climate change solution because, yes, we live in North Carolina. Yes, it's hot. Yes, it's generally wet. But that doesn't mean that soil carbon can't change. I think we can have soil carbon change if we follow some of those principles. And I'm not sure exactly my time limit, so I've wanted to give you a couple of the principles, but I think this is fundamental. Keep these in mind, and then we should actually respect the soil. I also wanted to talk about one thing about Dr. Lal's comments, is that One Health. And that is because everything we do is related, right? Recycling as individuals is something really important. If you respect the fact that resources are wasted or not, then probably our whole culture would be different as far as whether we're wasting soil or we're mistreating soil. So I'll leave it at that. So thanks so much for the question.
Thank you, Alan. And I'll just add on to that with agroecology. I always think about some of those principles being the interconnectedness, connecting the soil to the healthy plants, to the healthy people, to the healthy community and ecosystem. And yeah, connected to food waste, we have to have that, relevance of when we are diverting food, it took the energy, the water, the soil, and the labor, the people involved in making that. And we're diverting that too, not just the element itself, yeah. So Alex, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about some of maybe the soil carbon building practices that you work on, and then how those impact greenhouse gases that impact climate change. I know you're measuring that, you're looking at practices working with farmers too.
Sure, yeah. When we think about these climate smart activities like no-till or cover cropping, agroforestry, or adding biochar or riparian buffers, they tend to be, almost laser focused on soil carbon sequestration and their ability to sequester carbon. How many tons are we bringing into the soil? And on a societal level, yes, decarbonization and CO2 drawdown is the goal overall. But in agriculture, we tend to have to contend with nitrous oxide as well. And it's a powerful greenhouse gas, 250 to 300 times more effective greenhouse gas is CO2. And 75% of the U.S.'s N2O is produced, nitrous oxide is produced by agricultural land management. So it's agriculture's problem to solve. And that's mainly driven by fertilization and manure management and soil management. So whenever we think about these climate smart activities, we really don't get the full picture unless we start considering other greenhouse gases as well. Right. And so a lot of the work we do is looking at these carbon sequestration strategies like no-till or cover cropping or addition of biochar, and looking at those trade-offs or co-benefits. Because we see, for example, maybe biochar might mitigate nitrous oxide. All of a sudden, not only are you bringing carbon to your system, you're reducing that greenhouse gas load, and farmers should be, paid for that additionality. On the flip side, let's say you bring in a legume cover crop with a lot of nitrogen in. Maybe there's a risk that you're increasing your nitrous oxide load, and then its ability to sequester carbon maybe is brought down a little bit. And so that balance really needs to be considered. And in the Southeast is kind of a great example as Alan said, it's hot, humid, and it's a little bit slower and a little more challenging to build a lot of carbon. And that's just the nature of the game. Places like, Europe, Canada, Russia can build a lot quicker because they have colder winters, they slow things down. They have more maybe clay to protect the carbon. And so when there's maybe more modest gains expected, then any nitrous oxide you manipulate becomes a really important factor if your system's climate smart or not. And that's why we're also kind of excited about using things like enhanced efficiency fertilizers, because there's the adoption piece as well. That is, these nitrogen fertilizers that only kind of manipulate nitrogen cycle, but we're not asking the farmer to get new equipment. We're not asking them to grow something new. We're not changing their labor distribution. We're just asking them to change their source. And so it's not a huge ask, and that adoption piece is really important, I think. And so that's a lot of the work we're doing, is just trying to see what are the challenges of implementing these carbon-centric ones, but what are the trade-offs of nitrous oxide?
Yeah, and I know you're also part of a larger group at NC State in the College of Agriculture and Life Science. I believe the name, I used to call it the Soil Carbon Gang, but it's not that. It's got a more official name, if you want to tell us.
Now you put him in the spot. It
could be the Gas Gang, but
yeah.
that's not
no,
good.
It's CHASM, Climate Adaptation, Agriculture and Soil. I got that mixed up. But anyway, there's a great group of researchers here in the department that are looking at things beyond just sequestration and nitrous oxide. We have a researcher looking at along the coast. How can we protect that a huge carbon reservoir along the coast that's either in like marshlands now or in agriculture that's getting at risk from saltwater intrusion. And then we have groups that are looking at kind of hyper focused on biochar. How can we optimize it? And I think these things are all important, especially to Alan's point is that mitigation is one thing, but resilience is the other as well. Because if we are able to have a more resilient system, we're being more productive on our land, there's less pressure to open up natural lands to additional farming. And those are the true reservoirs of carbon. And so resilience and improving productivity on lands already agricultural is going to be really important. So I'm just one of many researchers doing this type of work in my group.
Thank you, Alex. Directing it to Dr. Feng, I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about how your research addresses the impact of climate change in agriculture, and especially in some of those specialty crops and vegetables and fruits.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, yeah, I'm totally new to here. I just joined North Carolina A&T in July 1st, so all new faces here. I'm glad for the opportunity to talk about my research a little bit. I moved from Illinois, central Illinois, to here. My first impression here is very hot in the afternoon. Yeah, my parents actually they liked warm weather. That's why I want to move from Illinois either to Texas, Florida. Here is also pretty good. But we can feel the temperature, the heat here. The first response of plants, look at my grass. My sprinkler was not working for a few days. And then you can see the grass turn yellow. So that's the response of the plants to heat, right? So in my research, what we're doing now is trying to create a small ecosystem where we can control everything, temperature, humidity, you can name it, the nutrients and the other things. This the one I think we know, you all know is control environmental agriculture, CEA for short. In this system, we can do many things and have small environment. I think there are a lot of advantages. You can increase the yield, reduce the water use, land use. This is especially good for urban systems. My position is more into urban systems. So I think that is one thing we can develop to fight, to address the climate change issues. As I can see, and then if you look at the long-term development of ag, currently I think the direction should be a reduction of carbon footprint. I think that is one thing to do. And then we need to reduce the energy use, water use, land use, and reduce waste. I think we talk about waste a lot here. By reducing waste, you can imagine we can reduce emissions a lot, right, into the environment. And then this is one way we can do that, and the CA is good solution, in my opinion, to address these issues. But there are a lot of issues actually for even the control environmental or agriculture. For example, in my research, I want to know the fresh produce grow from the hydroponic system, for example, compared to the one from large supply chains. For consumers, I like the consumer thing here. There's consumer engagement. That's a very important piece of any agricultural activities. So consumers, they want to know if the produce from a hydroponic system is safe compared to the large supply chains, right? And if it is have enough nutrients and compared to the traditional farming, and also the color and the appearance, everything, right? That's what consumers, they are important to the consumers. What we did is that we look at the microbiomes using sequencing technologies to look at the microbial population of the fresh produce from hydroponic system, aquaponic system, and compare the same produce like lettuce from hydroponic systems with the lettuce we purchased from large supply chains. Look at the microbial profile, and then checking back to their practice in the small farms. And so that way we can provide guidance and the suggestion for the farmers to improve, to enhance the safety and also the quality of their produce. I think that's one thing we are doing now in the lab. I think I'm an engineer, so I'm more into the post-harvest area. I think there's a small piece we can add into this.
Thank you, Dr. Howe. And just to reflect upon that, we have a lot of demands as consumers on our food. Of course, not just food safety, that's one, and yields, is there enough food, but how it looks and appearance. And it almost feels like we need some better education on that side about appearances too, and maybe a little bit more liberated mindset, if you will. Thank you, Dr. Howe, and we look forward to more of your research starting here. I wanted to turn it back to Chris a bit, and maybe if you could tell us a little bit more about some of the actual technology and maybe some of the interdisciplinary teams you've built, because one of the things we emphasize throughout this symposium is it's going to take all coming to the table, even those traditionally that haven't worked in agriculture before, to solve these big wicked problems, and maybe some of the applications of the technology too for more diverse farmers.
Sure. I'll give you an example right now that is on my mind because we just submitted a Climate Smart grant. So just putting in a word again here, Dr. Bonney.
No, everybody looked right over there.
But we have been working on a camera technology that as you drive across the field, farmers can spot which species growers oftentimes are planting these mixtures or cover crops these days. And but you may plant the same mix, but we find that the outcome of that mix is wildly variable across that field. As you transition fields, you can end up with one field that's all legumes, one field that's all grass, and we've got other species in the mix too. Well, that really complicates things for life. We want to encourage cover cropping. We're trying to incentivize cover cropping. That thing has carbon benefits. It's also going to have pollinator benefits from some of the species. So this is a practice we want to incentivize, but we're making also a lot of complication for the growers because now it's going to affect their nitrogen and how much nitrogen they put down based on the outcomes of that. If it's all legumes, that should be one answer. If it's all grass, it should be a different answer. Could be somewhere in between. And if we don't manage that correctly, in theory, this beneficial practice could make the world worse because I could actually miss my nitrogen application and over-fertilize because I didn't understand how that came out. So this is a clear case of where we need technology. So we've been working on a camera that will automatically detect and map the species performance of all of those. It's using artificial intelligence. It's saying, oh, I'm seeing a bunch of legumes right here. Oh, now we're into the grass section. Now we're over here. And then on the fly, be able to adjust their nitrogen application in response to that. More importantly, too, for the private incentive programs that are increasingly growing up and a part of the grant we submitted is those folks like verification. They don't like to be like, oh, yeah, I did the thing. They want like real maps of what happened as a result of me giving you money to plant a cover crop. And so to be able to provide companies all the way through the supply chain saying, hey, we laid down 5,000 pounds of dry matter of cover crop in that, and this is the potential for carbon sequestration. This is the potential impact on nitrous oxides emissions out of that soil, is an essential part of the trust that we have to have. If the consumers are going to pay for a climate smart commodity, we've got to be able to stand behind those claims.
And one of the things that excites me about your research is, you know, when we think about technology in agriculture, for many years it was only for folks that either had the technology on the newer tractors, that could afford the newer tractors, that had much, thousands of acres. And now we're talking about much smaller technology. And I was wondering if you could kind of make a point about that, how it increases accessibility then.
I think that there is a real opportunity here. I mean, we saw the Industrial Revolution's impact in agriculture has certainly been, has not had a scale neutral impact, right? So the larger the combine, we get combines up over $1 million now, the cheaper per acre cost of operating that. So we clearly place an advantage to the larger farmer with a lot of the industrial equipment. But I think as we come into the age of robotics and IoT and electronics, we don't see that same scale impact. So I'll give you an example. When robotic milking machines first came out, everybody presumed that was going to be the big dairies that are going to do that. The very first adopters, I was in New England at the time, were actually the small dairies. They were having a heck of a labor problem. The milking robots would milk about 60 cows. Well, that was about the smallest size dairy left in New England then. Those guys all jumped on board right off the bat. The larger farmers came later, and they would get, 10, 20 of these units to milk these larger herds. And so I think we're seeing that same impact on a lot of the stuff like I'm talking about. So for our camera system, for instance, we actually have a single camera version. It's just a few $100s. It can actually be walked across the field if someone chooses, or it can be put on any kind of implement there. And the very largest farmers are putting networked cameras together, and we'll get 8, 10 cameras across the very largest spray booms. So I think we do have an opportunity here. Now, scale neutrality doesn't come just naturally. You also have to work at it as well. And so I think it is an opportunity for folks like the engineers at the Plant Sciences Initiative. We talk a lot about how can we develop a technology simultaneously across the entire scale chain there, so that we're not pushing farms in any one scale direction.
Great, thank you. And we just have a few moments, but I thought I'd just open up and maybe steal or adopt Danny's last question about your optimism for agriculture in North Carolina, agricultural research, and I'll open up to anybody. I mean, I'm assuming you're optimistic, but if you can speak to that, if you're not, that's okay too. And kind of where you see agriculture research going, what the needs are.
Who are you asking?
I can go first, and then you can all follow in, okay? Well, I'm pretty optimistic because mostly I think agriculture, people talk about the age of farmers, and I don't know that the average age of farmers has really changed over the centuries. Yeah. It's just that we have different farmers, and we have examples of farmers that are doing good things. They're adopting strategies that are good for the environment and good for their pocketbook as well. So there's a lot of enthusiasm by young farmers. There are more people that are not associated with farming that want to get into farming, so I think that's a good thing. By becoming educated and pushing our society towards better food production, you're doing a good thing, so keep it up. Thank you.
I would agree on the teaching side of things. I teach a sustainable soil management course, and the diversity of students that are coming in from, the classic coming from farm kids coming in, but also from all walks of life that are just extremely passionate about where the food's coming from, food production. One might even own land eventually, but be part of the agricultural system has changed a lot when I was doing it not that long ago. But and then this, farmer engagement and with these practices and interests, and people are always doing their own trials on farm, just to try a strip here and there, but it really seems to be dialing up with these practices. So I think buy-in is definitely, from across the whole society, buy-in seems to be there.
All right. Well, I know with education and directing our agroecology and sustainable food systems major here, I can tell you that's what makes me optimistic. And it doesn't mean that every one of those students are going to become farmers. They're going to be part of our food system, and I call them food system leaders. One thing that excites me is the changing face of agriculture as well. We have a lot more women and underrepresented minorities looking in agriculture, being food system leaders. And again, it will take all of us at the table to be able to change our food system for the better. I'm optimistic. I hope you are too. And what I'd like to do is first thank our researchers for sharing their knowledge. And we're going to transition into some of our producers sharing their practices. What we'll do, it's about 30 minutes, and then we'll bring the researchers back on stage, and we'll have question and answer period with both the producers and the researchers together to make that connection after the producers are done. And Danny, if you would like to introduce Tom, I think you'll do an excellent job. Thank you. Oh yes, please leave the mics there. Thank you.
Thinker, doer, who has changed the way I think about agriculture. As I said earlier, his book, Perilous Bounty, that came out in 2020, should be required reading for everyone, because it really illustrates not only the sort of perils of agriculture, obviously, but also the opportunities. So please welcome Tom and his panelists to the stage.
All right. Thank you so much, Danny and Food Tank. And thank you very much to CEFS, whose work I've been following forever. And I jumped at the chance to take this opportunity to host this panel because I, too, was a farmer for a while in North Carolina from about 2004 to 2011 or 12. And I came down to North Carolina from Brooklyn, where I worked for a while in one of the amazing community gardens of that city that someone that we're going to hear from in a second, a little while, Karen Washington, one of the community gardens that she helped sort of defend and flourish under some very difficult circumstances there for a while. And I came down to North Carolina in 2004 to work on my partner's family farm. And our very first year, we had, this is 2004, this is up in the mountains in Watauga County, Valley Crucis area. We had 2 massive storms blow in that washed the road out below our farm, took electricity out within a span of 3 weeks. And so 2 road washouts, 2 electricity outages, and old timers in the area told us that they had not had one in 15 years, and they happened about every 15 years or so. And here we got 2 within the span of a few weeks. The first year that we farmed there, we had what, according to old timers in the area, was the wettest spring and summer in memory. It just rained and rained and rained, really hard to get in the field to do anything. And the year after that, we had the driest year in a long time. And so I got a real quick education into how everyone in farming at that time was having to improvise really fast. There was an incredibly rapidly changing climate. And I've been talking to each of these folks a little bit before the panel, and I'm even more excited to introduce them. Directly to my left is Davon Goodwin. He's the owner of Off the Land Farm and the manager of a very exciting institution called the Sandhills Innovation Center. He's in Laurinburg, just a little east of here. Next to him is Martha Mobley. She is the owner of Meadow Lane Farm and also an extension agent. I learned very quickly, blessed are the extension agents, for they can give us lots of important information. I can't wait to hear more of her stories. And directly to her left is Zeb Winslow, who runs a farm called 23 Agriculture. He's a 5th-generation farmer from the northeastern part of the state. And I wonder, as I talk to each of y'all before this panel, these are three really unique operations. They're three very different operations. And I wonder, starting with Davon and moving left, I wonder if you guys could tell us a little bit about your operation, what it is that you grow, and comment a little bit on how you feel like climate change has affected your farm, over the past few years. So take it away, please, Davon.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. So me and my wife, we bought 42 acres about 3 years ago, right when Hurricane Florence and Michael hit. So when we first bought our property, it was a pond. It was a big pond. And so we kind of thought that this is the worst that it could get. Well, we grow muscadine grapes and blackberries. Well, the last 2 years, we've lost a whole blackberry crop. Like what Chris saying with the late freezes, we've had those. It's been a major setback. And as a first generation farmer, it's important for us not to lose crops, because they're expensive to put in. And so as we look at our farm, it's been tricky because obviously we're about an hour and 45 minutes from the beach. So one hurricane can literally wipe the farm out. And when you're doing a perennial crop, and we're particularly in the sand hills, which we don't hold fertility well. So it costs us twice as much to fertilize. We don't hold nutrient, very well. So our whole thing of trying to be climate resilient comes with a huge cost. So for us, I think the biggest nervous point is if we have a hurricane, will that be it? One hurricane could wipe out the farm, and do we have the finance to put it all back together? And so as we look to in the future, especially on different fruit that we want to grow, it's really getting to having things growing indoors. So this year we're going to rip up the whole acre of blackberries and go back to the drawing board because it's just not economically to keep losing crops. And so our farm is based on perennial production. And so the next crop will be peaches after this. And so we'll kind of see how it goes.
Hey, thank you for having me. My name is Martha Mobley, and I run a 1,000-acre farm that was part of my family's farm, Century Farm in Lewisburg, which is only about an hour north of here. But I have, since I have taken totally over the farm in 2012 with the passing of my late mother, women have been very important in my family's farm. First it was my grandmother, and then it was my mother that took over with the passing of my father. And so women have really had to look out and see what's coming up, what's new trends, let's keep the farm afloat. And so that's what I've been doing. So, and also being an extension agent for 34 years. So the extension service has been a major part of me staying in agriculture and staying there on this family farm. So then we have expanded. My late husband was a marketing specialist with the Department of Agriculture. He retired early. He says, I'm gonna market our meat. I says, great, I'll be your truck driver. He cannot pull a trailer. He could not pull a trailer very well and back up. So I was that part because I grew up pulling and driving tractors and everything. He was a city boy from Raleigh. So but he had the marketing know-how. And so I would sit back, get him. We were lucky enough to get into Durham Farmers Market in 2006. And we developed a friendship, a network with our customer, which has really grown, the Durham market, the Durham clientele. And so we have, when he passed, I says, we have so many customers that love our food, mainly our natural meats, which was Angus. It was goat, Boer goat, it was pork, pastured pork, and then we added lamb. So we had so many people that loved that. I'm going to continue going on, but I says, I can't do this by myself. No way. So we befriended, my late mother had befriended a Hispanic worker, and in the meantime, we have gotten his permanent residence card. We're in the last month of getting his family here to live on the farm. And then I hired H-2A workers. That they come in and do a lot of this 100-degree weather. They can handle it. They love the vegetables. So we expanded into certified organic vegetable production I love the high tunnels. We started that maybe 10 years ago. We built another one last year, and I'm getting ready to build another one in December. And then we've also we started out with 2 acres of organic vegetables. Now we're up to 4 acres. We've added 2 acres of asparagus. It's not organic. We're adding 2 more acres already planted of organic blueberries. People want fruit, we know, a lot of good fruit. And we've added 1 acre of strawberries that we have to rotate. But the cattle are our main interest, and I sell tractor trailer load lots of those cattle. That pays my major bills, and we also have hunt leases. I want wildlife. I want pollinators. I want diversity on my family farm.
Oops. Thanks. I think 1 mic's enough. I'm from the southeastern corner of Halifax County. I'm about an hour and a half east of here. 5th generation farmer, and our farm is primarily row crops, cotton, corn, soybeans, and then small grain, some during the winter. As far as what changes we've seen as far as facing climate change, the weather that we have now is not the weather that I grew up with. The weather that we have now is not the weather that we had 10 years ago even. By dumb luck, I stumbled into cover crops through an NRCS program, or multi-species cover crops through an NRCS program about 10 years ago. To give my father his credit, he transitioned away from conventional tillage in the late 90s and started doing strip tillage and single species cover crops. And then I've kind of grown that over the last 10 years to where we're 100% multi-species cover crop every year and 100% no-till. And just really started to intensively manage our farm from a lot of different directions to try to see how we can maximize the acres instead of getting bigger, just trying to get better. And by dumb luck, that has coincided with some of the crazy weather we've had over the last 10 years and the changes in our soils, the changes in the resiliency that we're seeing on our farm that go along with some of those practices have really helped us to navigate some of the hotter droughts, the later freezes, and just kind of paying attention to the clues that we're getting from our fields, from our soils, from the cover crops that are there, and paying more attention to actually what's happening on our farm versus the calendar says it's, April 10th, we should go plant corn, which is kind of the way that it was when I grew up. So, just taking a mindset that is paying more attention to what's going on our farm and in our fields seems to help us a lot with being able to navigate, the crazy weather and the climate change issues that we've seen in the last few years.
One thing, I was talking to Davon before this panel, and you said something that I thought was really interesting, and that is that the way you see it, especially first generation farming here is extremely precarious. There's a big note to pay off. There's all kinds of equipment that's got to be paid off. And that if we want to have first generation farmers, we've got to prioritize it. The state has to prioritize it, you told me. And I wonder if each of you could talk a little bit about what sort of policies, both from the state level here in North Carolina and also from the national level, from USDA, you think could help you weather these storms and continue farming despite these extremely challenging conditions like hurricanes coming, rapidly every year.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when you're first generation is, you kind of bet the house, and obviously rising, land cost is a big deal. And so when I look at on the policy front, we cover crop, but it's hard because we're in sand, so it's not as cost effective. And so I think if we had, more dollars, like we said before, for cover crop, it won't be a big deal. This year we didn't, just because it wasn't in the budget. The problem when you're in the sand is you kind of have to feed that cover crop. So it's just not about planting and it's going to grow. So you have organic matter. We have less than 1% of organic matter. So we have to not just plant it, which is a high cost, but also kind of fertilize it like a cash crop. And so I think more money through, EQIP programs to be able to cost share more dollars will be important. And the one thing is equipment. A no-till drill is not the cheapest piece of equipment. So it's like, it's one thing to, have the seed, but it's another thing to be able to, no-till it and with the drill to be able to put it into the ground. And so I think that, if we want more stewardship, it's going to come with a price. And I think, more policy around pushing, especially the next farm bill to have more dollars for EQIP will be a big deal. And I think as far as the state level, obviously development in North Carolina is booming. And I think that if we don't prioritize it as a state, you face the fact of losing agriculture in a lot of areas in the state. And I think, having more groups to be able to have this conversation and have the farmers, especially farmers of color, to be included in the conversation. Most times we're not, and so I think that moving forward, especially in state policy, our voices need to be heard, and we need to make sure we have a seat at the table.
I agree.
And Martha, when you answer, I want to hear your thoughts on policies, but I also want to hear you talk a little bit about, you've been at this for a while, it's family land. Talk a little bit about the changes you've seen in weather over the time you've been around.
Oh my goodness. We used to do, we've never done drip irrigation before. That black tape that runs under everything with vegetables. We could not do vegetables now. If you're going to grow vegetables or fruit, you need to have water. Good soil, and you have to have water on a regular basis. So we have invested in the drip irrigation tape versus the overhead sprinkler where you lose so much for evaporation and you are just watering the weeds in the middle of the rows. So we have invested in drip irrigation, and I have been fortunate enough when we had our first plot to get USDA funds from our great regional USDA NRCS people. You need to network with those people. That's why, as an extension agent, we have programs every year called Finding the Funds. Where are their funds? Let's talk about these new programs, and let's try to let these USDA, NRCS, Farm Service Agency share what new programs are available or what's coming up for these small farmers. Personally, I have been involved with as an extension agent with getting equipment share program, and that these farmers can come in and check out, especially cattle handling equipment. I can tell you a lot of stories as being an extension agent. I'm gonna write a book one day, Dr. Poore, before I retire. So 34 years ago, I went to the county commissioners and I says, please buy this group of farmers a cattle mobile corral system and a chute that they can work and vaccinate their cattle. And they did give me money, and now that equipment has doubled at our extension office. We also have smaller no-till equipment that these smaller farmers can come for $100 a weekend and plant and use those no-till equipment. One of that no-till equipment now, $20,000, $25,000. And I also work with the nonprofit that I started to help small farmers. It's in memory of my late mother and father. And we just applied for a tobacco trust fund grant to buy a lot of equipment, smaller equipment, that these small farmers in the region can check out and use. But we'll see if we get that funding. But that's a major obstacle is getting funding. This equipment's expensive. I have a $6,000 bill there sitting there on the desk now for fertilizer on just 100 acres of some cattle forages that we planted, and everything's planted no-till. We stopped doing cultivation, no big tractors, everything good used equipment. So we're trying to conserve that soil. Everything is no-till.
So it sounds like what you're saying is the big need is infrastructure for small and medium-sized operations and for sort of public investment in infrastructure.
That's right. That's right. And I think they'll finally send other counties in the state, especially with the work with cooperative extension, or having this equipment that small farmers can use, cattle farmers, whatever.
Gotcha.
And there's grant funding out that we just need to search and look and help.
From a policy standpoint, if that's where we are, you could ask 1 million farmers a policy question on what they think is needed, and you'd probably get 5 million different answers. And I know you could probably get 1 million different answers from me, depending on my mood and what kind of day it's been. One of the things that was mentioned earlier that Dr. Bonney mentioned was the climate smart commodities. And that rung a bell with me, because I couldn't see who it was in the audience that asked the question and mentioned the cost of seed and everything else. but a lot of the programs that go through NRCS or local soil and water programs can require a 3 to 5 year lease or control of land for 3 to 5 years. And a lot of times landowners only give maybe 1 year, 2 year, 3 year leases. A 5 year lease is fairly rare in my part of the world. So if you could tie that to the commodity, if you could tie the practice to the commodity that was raised and not, or if you could tie the subsidy or the money to the commodity that was raised and not necessarily to the practice that went onto the land, that would be one way to free that up and cut through a little bit of that red tape. And that could also potentially, if you've got consumers or if you've got a buyer who's interested in a climate smart commodity, that could potentially start to push some of the cost for that program out of the government's pocket and back into the consumer or the person that's going to market whatever, if they're buying the corn from me for chicken feed or whatever it is, that could shift some of the cost of that back out of the government's pocket and possibly back into the people who are going to benefit from that climate smart label, or however that good that has been done on our land is going to be marketed.
Quick question for you. First of all, can you talk just briefly about whether switching from one species of cover crops to multi-species cover crops, if you've seen a drop in the need for stuff like fertilizer and herbicide, and if you could also just comment a little bit on what your neighbors think of what you're doing. Is everyone else doing the same thing? Are you kind of an outlier? Are they looking at what you're doing and curious?
First, I guess I'd like to give credit to our local soil and water district, for Fishing Creek Soil and Water District there in Halifax County. We had a great director that was there since I'd been a kid, and he's actually still a board member. I'm on the board with him now, but his name was Wayne Short, and there's no other way to put it other than he drug us kicking and screaming away from conventional tillage into strip till systems with single species cover crop. So I'm lucky to have grown up in a place where that was changing and we were moving away from conventional ag. So that gave us a foothold to be able to do what we do. As far as my neighbors' thoughts on myself, some of it I can't repeat here. But no, when we started this, 10-ish years ago, and we started growing cover crops that were 5 and 6 feet tall, and we'd roll them down and plant into them, there were a lot of trucks that just drove by wherever we started. Nobody ever stopped. Nobody ever said anything. They just drive by once or twice, and then you'd see somebody else come by. So I think they had their questions, but some of it is being adopted, and there are some changes now. As far as single species versus multi-species and being able to reduce fertilizer usage or inputs, I could take up the rest of the afternoon talking about that. The short answer is yes, we are seeing, if not necessarily just on the fertilizer bill or just on the chemical bill, we are seeing a reduction on our inputs, on our input cost that is more than offsetting the cost of our cover crop seed. And I guess for anyone who's, farmers that are thinking about cover crops or that are doing it now, when we started, we were planting some monstrous cover crops. We were planting 50 and 60 pounds of seed to the acre, which I've found is way too much. Most of our blends now are running in the 25 to 35 pound range, and we're not rolling them down all the time. So we're not really tied to any sort of practice. It's just something that we've let evolve, and then wherever that wherever that particular season leads us is where we go as far as cover crop management. If we're worried about a drought, we may terminate early. This year we terminated all of our cover crops early to conserve moisture because our long range forecast said we were going to be dry. If it's wet, we'll let them grow as long as we can and plant into it green, because that cover crop can pull more moisture out of the ground than anything else. And if I'm letting that cover crop grow and pull that moisture out of the ground, I'm getting an added benefit as opposed to just evaporation.
Gotcha. now is the point when we talk about optimism, and I want us to, we don't have to talk about optimism. I think you guys are all at the cutting edge. You guys are on the edge of climate change and farming, putting your lives and careers on the line under some pretty rough conditions. And I wonder if you could talk about how you see the future. Do you see yourselves being able to continue to thrive on the land? Do you see, like, what are the biggest challenges you see going forward, and how optimistic are you?
Well, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but I mean, it depends what day you catch me on. I think, the outlook as far as being on the land, I think we'll continue to farm where we farm and grow our operation, but I think, America hasn't really, we're in a crisis. The average age of farmers getting older, and there's not a floodgate of young people moving in, and this is something that is capital intensive. And I think the USDA, there's a lot of red tape, a lot of bureaucracy. I was always told when I first started farming from other black farmers, don't go there. So I've never had USDA funding, and I don't know if I ever will, and so it's one of the things that, I think for especially people of color and black farmers in general, we just have to keep on striving the way we have been. It's going to be a hard push forward. I think for young farmers, the capital is the issue. Getting financing for the operations as land costs keep rising. It's hard to be optimistic on every day, but I mean, it is good to see that there are young folks that are getting into it slowly. But I think, as a society, there's a true cost of food that we've never paid, and I think, if we want to move the ball forward, it's not just on farmers, it's on all of us to make sure that, we're buying from our local farmers, we're spending money where we need to spend it to make our communities as resilient as we possibly can. Where I'm located, in Scotland County, there's not a lot of farmers that look like me, and they grow perennials like I do. And so I think I do get a lot of weird looks. A lot of people are surprised that I know how to grow grapes. And so I think for me, it's just keep showing up, and keep improving our farm and keep growing it. And I just, I think as we go forward, I think the farm bill does need to be transformational. And I think you need to have more dollars allocated for people of color, and so I think kind of optimistic about that, but it'll just, I guess time will tell as we move forward.
When I first started out of college, NC State, and a degree in animal science and food science, this realtor came up to me and says, "Why would you want to go into the field of agriculture?" She says, "You could make so much money being a real estate agent." Well, I guess so, but I just that was my heart, that was my field, that's my passion. I've been working, like I said, with Extension for 34 years. I try to teach other young farmers using research-based information, using budgets, using the trends. What are your opportunities? We have a lot of women, especially I've been working with a lot of women farmers in Franklin County in the last 7 or 8 years. Started with women in the woods because normally you just have one chance to sell that timber. And I wanted these women to know how to sell timber, a lot of them widows. And then they didn't want to stop learning, so they transitioned into women in agriculture. So that group's really grown a lot in my county, and I think there's optimism with them, and especially a lot of the younger farmers that I see. And cell phones ringing all the time, 24 hours. I knew that when I took the job. It's not a 9-to-5 job. So if somebody needs help or advice, I know where to call. I had a call one morning at 5 a.m. A poultry farmer had lost his contract. So I called Extension Administration at 8 a.m. and we were able, with the university, to help that farmer transition into another enterprise. So I just think that I am optimistic about it. But the labor issue, we have to have, in my situation and a lot of other labor, and I know that I'm supporting 3 other families. A lot of our funds go to Mexico, but those families are getting ready to come here and have a better life. And so I know that I'm providing good local food for people, especially in downtown Durham. The pandemic really created an awareness, tremendous awareness of buying local food. I hate to, when our farmers market shut down, I was on a street corner in downtown Durham at a restaurant corner. And it made me, in a matter of 1 week, convert from face-to-face sales to getting an email database and having people pre-order online. So when they walked up quickly, everything was very quickly. No speak, mask on, and a lot of those people are still ordering today. It's created a lot of awareness for local food and the importance of knowing that farmer if you want your meat or your vegetables.
I guess first I'd like to say my hat's off to Davon and Martha, to both of y'all and to anyone like y'all, because you've created something from the ground up. I had the luxury of being a 5th generation farmer. All I've got to do is tweak and invent the wheel, or to tweak and reinvent the wheel. Y'all had to build your own wheel. So my hat's off to y'all, and thank y'all for doing what you do. As far as optimism, I am very much optimistic that hopefully we can come up with something to be able to help with climate change and also the future of agriculture. I think a lot of it is going to come back to the mindset of our producers and the mindset of our farmers. I think that's probably the biggest asset and also the biggest roadblock that we're going to face. The average age of farmers has been discussed, but as younger farmers come in, that's bringing in a fresh set of ideas. Maybe a fresh set of ideas that didn't come from inside Williams Hall. There's a lot of stuff out there that we can bring into the field of agriculture to make it a better place. So I'm really optimistic about that. And going back to what Dr. Law said, one thing that has stuck with me and the one thing that I will take away from here that I'll never forget the rest of my life is the phrase, the soil reciprocates. Because that, if I could put it on T-shirts, print it on buildings, and just have that be, that is something that if that's the core of your thought in interacting with agriculture and interacting with farming and with the world, the soil reciprocates is, to me, that's the core of all of it. That's where it needs to be. What we put into it is what we're going to get back. We've made some small changes over the last 10 years, and what we've seen truly does prove that, the soil reciprocates.
Way to bring us home. Well, that's it for this panel. Please give these amazing farmers a round of applause.
Inviting the researchers back up together with the producers. We have a few moments for you to ask questions. And I would say, yes, if you could just raise your hand and we'll have a microphone come to you for a question. Yes, right there. And then we'll come back to Savvy over here. And I would say if there's someone in particular you would like to answer your question, just go ahead and ask.
And this is a question. Wow, so sorry.
We're all awake now. That's good.
This is a question for Dr. Franz Lubers. I think I might know the answer, so it feels a little self-serving. But I haven't heard a lot of conversation about the role of livestock in North Carolina in sequestering carbon and improving soil quality. And I'd love you to speak to what potential you see there and what small farmers can do in that regard.
Very good. Thanks, Jennifer, for the question. The question was about the role of livestock in carbon sequestration, right? Well, if in fact livestock are pasture-based, then there's a great role for them to play because grass is great. I don't want to supersede that the soil reciprocates, but grass is great. And there's a good reason for it. It has extensive root system. and it's perennial in nature oftentimes. And so grass is a really important role to stabilize soil and to build its fertility. Historically, grass was the essence of soil fertility. We didn't have commercial fertilizers, and grass was the way to build fertility again. So if we use that information, we shouldn't just necessarily say that, well, let's just discard it because it's historical. Actually, we could use it to our advantage. Maybe we can apply commercial fertilizers when needed as well with grass, and that would be beneficial. But maybe we can just use the fertility of the grass itself. And the reason why grass is great is because it feeds the soil microorganisms, and that's really important. And if we're going to have carbon sequestration, we have to have soil microbial life. It goes together. Yes, it's re-emitted to the atmosphere, but that's a natural process. It's a principle of life, is that CO2 will go back to the atmosphere. CO2 is taken up by the plant, and then we can actually store a little bit more under grass than under other traditional crops. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Alan. I'd like to turn it over to Savvy Horn, and then I see a question in the back. We'll come back to you.
Well, thank you. It's really not much of a question, it's a comment. And it's directed to, a praiseworthy piece for Martha Mobley. And when we do our work, it can feel like it's siloed, but when we work together and we think in far-reaching ways of an ecosystem that supports the work, and I guess I am putting lawyers in the ecosystem that specialize in agricultural law, nonprofit. And years ago when we incorporated the Black Family Land Trust and the idea that a Euro-American Southern woman would come forth and her family to put their land, part of their land, in the Black Family Land Trust. I feel if I were not to make that piece, that information, to put it out there so you can be in full appreciation for that. And then moving forward, I think we need to see estate planning as a vital part of climate smart and ecosystem agriculture, because without adequate estate planning, then land becomes very vulnerable. Just as heirs' property becomes very vulnerable for the taking, any land that's not a subject of an estate plan becomes very vulnerable. And what's going to happen? The highest price and highest use of land in North Carolina is real estate. And because Martha did that, she put her half of that land, she's guaranteed will remain in agriculture and will have accessibility to people of color. And I think we need to raise that up, because we need to, in planning the future of agriculture, make sure that we have legal instruments to protect the land and to pass the land on orderly. So I just want to give you, from the bottom of my heart, Martha, a huge hug and thank you.
You're welcome.
For that heroic move. Thank you.
I have seen too many, Michelle. Every week I get a call about estate planning. So I started, even in my family, with 4 siblings fighting over this farm. And they did not give me this land, and nor my mother or my father. We had to buy a lot of it back at real estate development prices in order to keep it together. And I knew that my sister, I have no children, that I have and my late brother's passed. He had one child, 20 years old, that's in another state, but his mother is a real estate developer. And I said, oh no. I says, I hate to regulate the farm, but I've worked too hard and my family's worked too hard to see this beautiful farm going into real estate and development. So I'm gonna lock it down So we locked it. I locked it when that was one of my husband's last wishes, lock it down. And thank you and your group for working with me and doing that.
Hi. Hi, I'm David Beckham with Self-Help Credit Union in Durham, North Carolina. And Ms. Mobley, thanks for shouting out to the Durham Farmers Market. And I also wanted to point out and ask y'all, but that market was created through a lot of fundraising efforts, including $150,000 secured by Representative David Price, who's retiring. But I think it really points to your statement about the need for grant funding for a lot of small and medium-sized farmers. And so one of the things that we've been looking at is the farm credit system, agriculture's government-sponsored enterprise, and can they be doing more to support a more sustainable ag and food system across the country? When you look at the housing government-sponsored enterprise, they're required to grant back significant amounts of money to support affordable housing. And so I'm curious if y'all, sorry, I'm getting a little nervous, but if the farmers have experience with farm credit or other lenders, and what you see as shortcomings in your financing right now, and how you interact with farm credit or with commercial banks and USDA. Thank you.
Yeah, I've never, I mean, that's why I have a full-time off-the-farm job. I mean, that's kind of, our whole thing is, me and my wife, you know, she's a nurse, you know, I run a food hub, and so our whole thing is not to overextend yourself, and being a beginning farmer is easy to do. I mean, equipment, land, you know, the crops, and so that's why I have a full-time job. And it's not that, you know, I'm anti taking out loans, but, you know, I think you gotta be careful. I think you can really get into a debt trap, you know, with taking on too much too quick, and the farm not cash flowing to where you put a lot of pressure on yourself. You know, but I do think, you know, agencies could, like Farm Credit, they could have a more, I think, robust grant, you know, system. I think the thing that gets me about grants are, if you grant somebody like a $5,000 grant, that's great, you know, but $5,000 don't really go far, you know. And I think, I mean, I'm grateful that I have gotten grants like that, but it's like, I think they need to be larger in size, you know, to go further and actually make an impact on the farm. But I think, you know, policy change within, I think, USDA farm credit system, and that's why I think, you know, people of color need to, you know, be on those boards, you know, so we can lend our voice to be heard, you know, especially when it comes to, I think, USDA.
Hi. For one, I want to say thank you for the little bit of pessimism, because while that may sound weird, as a young person in agriculture, the overwhelming positivity from everyone all the time can just be a lot, because we know the reality as a young person in ag, that land is running up and that resources aren't as wide as people like to be, and especially, like, I'm not a multi-generation farmer. I will be a first generation. So for one, thank you for that, because I think a lot of people forget the reality of so many younger farmers, what we're facing and what other people have faced. And then two, mainly just like for, like as a young person in ag, we can't go back and fix all of the horrible policy that was directed at people of color or women or indigenous people. So what is something y'all think us young people need to be doing now to prevent and to help people that are disenfranchised to keep those things from happening ever again?
You need to serve on these boards. You need to be involved. If you have the opportunity, you become involved. You need to be at the table when these, in your county level, you need to be running for these Farm Service Agency boards. You need to be involved with the soil and water boards. You need to be a member of Carolina Farm Stewardship. You need to be involved. I know it takes a lot of time and everybody's busy, but you need to be involved. That's my input. You're on the board.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll just add, it's not just the responsibility of one group of people, young people, it's all of us together. Don't feel that weight on your shoulders alone, because we have to do it together. I'd like to thank all of the speakers up here, and I'd also like to special thanks Tom as the moderator, who just did an amazing job too. Some refreshments outside and a little caffeine if needed. And we'll be back here at 3:45 with Ms. Karen Washington. I know we're all excited, we sure are. And Dr. Sarah Green, we're excited about too.
Nice to hear your voice and heavy lifting is over. I've heard your voice on the radio.
We'll be back at 3:45. Just remember that.
say let's get started, and I'll pass it over. All right, I know it's pretty exciting.
Testing, testing.
But let's have a seat.
At the table.
Thank you. I know, and we will, don't forget, we will have time starting at 5 with some local drinks and local food upstairs to mingle and talk even more. It's a real pleasure and honor to have both Dr. Cynthia Greenlee and moderating and Karen Washington here to start us off and to think about the big questions. Yes, thank you, do that. Thank you. To think about the big questions around food systems. I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Greenlee. Thank you.
Hi, y'all. Thank you for coming back because it is late on an afternoon in summer. I am Cynthia Greenlee. I am a historian. Let me stop. I'm Dr. Cynthia Greenlee. Let me use my doctor. Okay. I'm an African-Americanist historian. I specialize in the 1880s to the 1920s, which is the heyday of black farms in this country. I'm also a journalist. I write about food. I'm a James Beard Award winner. But today, what I'm really happy to be is the person in conversation with a living legend, Karen Washington. So let me start with my introduction. See if I can balance the phone with the mic.
And make it short and sweet.
Listen, she sent me a 3-line bio, and I was like, ma'am, this is not long enough, okay? So, all right, let me get my phone back. Okay, so I wanted to say that when I found out I was going to be in conversation with Karen, I did a little humble brag and called all my food friends and was like, so your girl is going to be in conversation with Karen Washington. And I want to share a little bit of the reactions. So our mutual friend, the cookbook author Nicole Taylor, called Karen the fairy food mother, not the godmother, but the fairy food mother of urban agriculture in New York City and beyond. And another food friend who said, don't you dare attach my name to this if you quote it, said, kind of paraphrased Khalees's song, and you know Khalees's been in the news lately, and said that Karen Washington's organizing milkshake brings all the activists to the yard. Okay? So, I mean, you can't get better than that. So, there's so much we can say, and I'll try to keep it short, but I want to give you your props, right? Beginning with her own garden in New York, Karen mobilized with her neighbors to reclaim and revitalize land in the Bronx and founded something she called the Garden of Happiness, which I think we all need in our lives. And if you have used the term food apartheid rather than the term food desert, you are using her words and following her intellectual path. She is a serial entrepreneur in the best way possible, founding Bugs, which convenes Black urban growers. Some of you may have attended the conference in Durham. There will be another one this year in October in Atlanta. And she's been on numerous boards, which I can't name, including Just Food and also the Black Farmer Fund, right? And so one thing that I didn't know for a while about Karen was that she was a longtime physical therapist, and now she kind of retired, air quotes, in retired here, people, to become co-founder of Rise and Root Farm in Chester, New York. So just give it up for her. So I want to start, like Karen and I have had pre-conversation, and I've admired her from afar from a long time, but I want to start with some grounding questions because I think we need to know, we're talking about climate change, but we're also talking about identity and inequity and the way we're trying to transform our society and agriculture. And so I wanted to ask Karen a question that can be complicated, also can be insensitive in certain ways, but in this case, it's not, and I hope you hear it in the way I'm asking it, which is I want to ask you where you're from.
Oh, that's a loaded question. Where am I from? I had great parents. Raised in New York City. Mother was a housewife. Father was a produce manager, one of the first Black produce managers in the East Side in New York City, and then he went to the dark side and became a salesperson for Drake's Bakery.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a product of the projects, New York City projects. Never thought I was going to be a farmer because farming was slave work. You're not going to be a farmer. You're going to be a doctor or a nurse or a lawyer. And so I took that path of least resistance and became a physical therapist, a healthcare professional working on restoring function to people who were injured, and found that very rewarding. But something about inside me drew me towards soil. Back then I call it dirt, but soil.
We can reclaim the word dirt too.
Yeah, but
You can, right?
yeah, dirt. If you want to play in it, it's dirt. But if you want to grow in it, it's soil. And something about soil for me was magical. And I remember going away in 2008 to this program in Santa Cruz called CEFS, Center for Agroecology and Sustainable Food Systems. Say that 5 times. And going there, learning to become an organic farmer. And so I go out there and I see 9 acres of soil, and I freaked out. Because all of a sudden, if you are a person of color and you have been ingrained with the fact that farming is slave work, that trauma surfaces. And believe it or not, I thought it was suppressed, but it surfaced. Why am I doing here? I don't belong. And I said, Karen, you got 2 options. Either you're going to go back on a plane to New York, or you're going to stay here and you're going to confront that trauma. And so what I literally did was walk to the farm, put both my hands in the soil, because I wanted to feel a connection of belonging. And when I put my hands in that soil, I said to myself, I felt good at that connection. It was all right. I'm here. So,
how long did it take for you really to feel that? Did it happen instantaneously or over your work?
No, instantaneously. I felt that connection, and then I said, I'm ready for whatever path is in my way. And so, yeah.
I feel that. So I'm the granddaughter of black farmers. We still have our family land, but it was hard to keep it. So I wanted to ask you, because I've read in a couple of places that you say, we all have multiple origin stories, and yours has a lot of layers. One thing you've said is that your love of food started with the tomato. So tell me about that tomato.
I tell the story all the time, folks. But growing up in New York City, my relationship to food was my mom was a good cook. What? Good cook, 3 meals a day. And that food came from a grocery store. Never thought about who grew it. Was it sprayed with pesticides or insecticides? Was the person who grew the food, were they treated humanely? Never thought about those things. And so for me, a tomato was pink, came 3 in a carton, and tasted like cardboard. So when I moved to the Bronx and I purchased a house, I didn't have a white picket fence, y'all. I was in the Bronx, but I had a house and had a backyard, so I said, I'm going to start to grow something. 3 things I wanted to grow: collard greens, yes, because part of my culture; eggplant, because eggplant, I'm funky, it's going to have an eggplant; and a tomato. And so after putting the seed in the ground and nurturing the seed, and all of a sudden, wait a second, it grows on a vine? That's number 1. It's red? That's number 2. And when I bit into that tomato and that juice was flowing down my arm, I said, what? I was so hooked. I wanted to grow everything from pineapples and lemons and you name it. I found I couldn't grow all those things because I lived in New York City. But I never lost that passion to want to grow food. And so, thank you, Red Tomato, because without the tomato, I wouldn't be here.
Okay, we're united in our love of tomato. So I want to dive in a little bit about your experience in the Bronx, because you started mobilizing in the Bronx in the 80s, like 85-ish, and throughout the 90s, throughout the Giuliani era of New York, in which we were going to police people and enforce order, which means enforcing order on people. And so I'm wondering, and you're from a place in the Bronx that has been disinvested from, and also had been very damaged by public policy in many ways. And so can you take us to that moment where you start telling people and working or listening to your neighbors too and saying that gardens are important and gardens are a site of struggle?
I found when I started working, I had no idea that farming and gardening, they're both political, folks. They're political. And at that time, I was also doing some sort of advocacy work. And so I learned how to negotiate the system, the political system. And for me, is finding out who has the power to make change. And I think you made a great point when you talk about activism, getting involved. How many of us complain all the time? We complain, things need to happen, but they don't do anything about it. And so for many of us in New York City, we thought that by turning these empty lots into community gardens, we were doing the city a great favor. They had no money, they had no resources. So when Giuliani tried to auction off those 100 community gardens and starting to taking away land from communities that have been working so hard to feed their families, all of a sudden, people started to be more proactive instead of reactive and learn the system and who has the power, and started marching and knocking on doors and getting other organizations to join us, housing organizations, the local grocery organizations, churches, and started to exhibit our power. Folks, we don't understand how powerful we are. Mm-hmm. We don't understand as people, we put political people in power to work for us, but yet we sit back and allow them to do things without accountability. And so what I learned at an early age, how powerful I am, and collectively how powerful community people are to hold political people accountable. And that meant marching in City Hall, marching at a political person's house, demanding accountability so that change can happen. And so by doing that, it shifted the power. It shifted the power back into the hands of people who were once deemed powerless, becoming powerful. And so the state of what we have today with young people, someone asked a question like, what can I do for change? What I can do to help? You got to get involved. You have to exercise your political power and understand how powerful collectively we all are. But sometimes we work in silos. And we don't understand that if we are talking about farming, when we talk about farming, it's so ironic because we talk about farming in terms of diversity. I was sitting, I want farming to be diverse because I want to see different colors of flowers and animals, but I don't see the diversity when it comes to farmers. And I say that because people throw in the race card. I don't want to hear about the race card. I want to hear that we have a group of farmers that need help, that need support. And if we look at our group as farmers collectively, then farmers like Davon shouldn't have a problem. Because if he's hurting, we're all hurting. And we have to have this sort of mentality on how we look at the world instead of thinking that people of color or poor people bring us down if we try to help them. When in fact, when we help people who are in the lower level, we all rise up. Think about that. You help the poor people on the lower level who are disenfranchised, you benefit and raise up. And we have to start thinking about ourselves in terms of abundance and not of scarcity. Not that if I give someone who's poor or marginalized, that something's being taken away from me. When in fact, if I help that person who is poor and marginalized, I benefit. But the fear that is planted in our mind comes from scarcity. And when I help someone, it's being taken away. Another example, again, I heard this, and I don't want to be political, but I got to be a little political.
You can be political.
I got to be a little political here because I'm in my farming group. I'm in my farming friends here. You know what I'm saying? I got to be a little political because when I hear that we can't let people come in because they're going to take away our jobs. What jobs they taking away that our children don't want to go in the fields and farm? What jobs are they taking away that are our children in the farms doing that hard work, heat work? So we can't have them come in because they're taking away our jobs. And I could never understand that. Taking away what jobs? What jobs they taking away? The jobs that your children don't want to do. And the jobs and the effect of that somebody, ancestors came here too. I don't understand what we've forgotten our history, that we don't embrace people who want to come in to make our world better, but yet we feel that, again, they're taking away something from us. What are they taking away from us? What is the fear that we have of other people trying to come here for the same dreams that we have? What is it? Is it the skin color? Language? What is it within us? So that's what I'm saying, because we're farmers and gardeners, and we pride ourselves on diversity and helping plants and animals, then we have to stand up together collectively to help those that want a chance of the American dream.
So can I ask you, Karen, go ahead, clap, people, clap. So how do we center communities of color in debates about climate change, not discussion about climate change, and reorient the discussion towards climate justice? How do we do that, particularly when we don't often do it well? I mean, I think you and I and many of us in this room come to events like this and don't see a lot of people like us. There's a disconnect between food justice people and climate justice people. We don't often make those connections. So how do you make those connections and redirect the conversation?
Because outreach is not engagement. Hello. It's about building relationships. You know why I'm here? Because someone asked me to come here. So if you look around and you see, why isn't this room full of diversity, where people ask to come here? And when we talk about climate change, believe it or not, climate change is going to affect mostly marginalized communities and communities of color. When the storms hit, when the seasons get erratic, it's affecting marginalized, poor communities. Yet, they're never at the table. They never, because climate change has become so high, so academic, so scientific, which is all well and good. But you have to bring in communities that are going to be affected to hear what they have to say and then invite them into the solution of climate change instead of being part of the problem of climate change. And I want to hear more of that climate change, you know what I'm talking about, bravado?
Bravado.
Right, thank you. I want to hear more of that within communities of color, marginalized communities, rural communities. I want to see, when we talk about climate change and we have people who are on panels and we have discussions in the room, that the community people are in the room too.
I wonder if there's sometimes the idea that science is binary with community. And how do we get community folks to, I mean, because people in communities know about climate change. People know in coastal South Carolina you can't grow the winter wheat that you used to 50 years ago because the temperature has gone up 1 degree, right? So how do we bust that weird and false binary that science is over here and the people are over here?
This is what, they have this term, I don't like it, but they have this term called regenerative agriculture. I don't understand that because I think it's indigenous agriculture, and we have to start honing in on our roots. Before there was science, who was doing the work? So a lot of indigenous cultures and values and ethics need to come into play with science. Science cannot do it alone. Science wasn't doing it alone before science. Hello. Mama, papa, grandpa, tio, abuelo were doing things millions of years ago, thousands of years ago. We need to, again, it's community of ideas that needs to be shared and listen and be called upon to be at the table.
Yes. I wanted to ask you, because I feel like it's a critical question, how does land access play into climate change for communities of color? Because we'll be hearing, I'm assuming, more about this in the next panel, but Black farmers make up 1% of the farmer workforce right now. Native people and people of tribal nations, also their numbers have declined. So land access is important, but how do we talk about it in reference to climate change and make that part of the agenda?
Well, it needs to be, because as we speak, land is being lost. As we speak right now, land is being lost. And it's not only climate change, it's that G word, gentrification. Whenever there is a need, and I think what I saw during COVID, prime example, COVID, when people said that, there was no vaccine, and people realized that they wanted to eat healthy, to be healthy, to fight this disease, people started moving and buying land like that. Buying up land, pushing people to this is COVID, that's not even climate change. And so what I feel is going to happen with climate change, again, people with power and privilege are going to find a way to push people over prime real estate to benefit themselves. I'm nervous about what's happening in California. When the water dries up, what's going to happen? People will continue to move further and further in other people's water supply and take all that, and then they're going to be moving over here to the northeast, and we got to say, wait a second, y'all, no. But an excellent question.
Okay, well, we can talk more about it. I just got the pink sign that we're running out of time. But I do want to say one thing.
You gave me
he
the
gave
pink
me the sign, so I'm like, got to wrap it up. I know, right?
I haven't even started yet.
I know. Well, we have question and answer period. What? So one thing I wanted to say at the end was that Karen has been doing this work since the 80s and recently became a landowner a couple years ago. So... and, her website's Karen the Farmer, right? But I just wanted to ask you what your path to land ownership actually was.
Going up and down the Hudson Valley in New York State and finding that land closer to New York was like maybe $500,000 an acre. And getting to this place called Chester Agricultural Center, look it up. It's an organization that bought land in the Hudson Valley, black dirt, 40% organic matter. Hello, 40%, they call it the black dirt region. And we leased the land, however, 30-year renewable lease. I am 68. 30 years, I'll be 98. Tell me 30 years from now I'm going to be on that land. Heck no. But anyway, again, 30-year renewable lease on prime real estate. I love it. My farm is Rise and Root Farm. 4 women. 3 of us are LGBTQ women, plus Lori. And 2 of us are black. And our farm is a farm grounded in food justice. It's a healing farm. It's a loving farm. We try to do things like raised beds and drip irrigation. When the farmers looked at us, they said, we don't do drip irrigation and raised beds. Now you do. Now you do. They laughed at us in the beginning, but they no longer laugh at us.
All right, so should we go to questions?
Can I just say one more thing? I'm just so proud of one more thing. I just want to put out the
Go ahead.
I want to put out the Black Farmer Fund. And I want to put that out because, again, marginalized communities not getting any funding from the federal government, state government, city government, and getting people collectively to hear a story of plight of black farmers needing money to be self-sufficient and self-reliant. You think that people like Davon and others, we don't want to beg for anything. We just want a little of the scrapings, to be self-sufficient and self-reliant, not always be beholding, and being needy, to be able to stand on one's feet, to live this American dream. And so we started this Black Farmer Fund, telling our story that out of 57,000 farmers in New York State, only 139 are black. Hello, and it's not about race, it's about economics. And so we started this fund with our story, went to the I don't want to say it, but anyway, went to the state to ask for $9 million. Yeah, we want $9 million from y'all. Heck no, we didn't get it. But you know what we got? For funding from outside people, over $6 million. $6 million. But it shows the importance of community coming together to see a cause that was worthwhile to help the next generation of farmers. But it took people like you sitting here with dollars, a few dollars, coming together to help. And this is why we have to work in community. If we're going to change the power of the food system, it has to come, because it's not broken, it has to come with shifting of power. And that shifting of power has to go back into the hands of the community. And if we all sitting here together can come together to make change, we can make a food system that's supposed to be fair and just and supposed to be humane for all. I'm going to end with that.
All right. Okay, I was going to ululate. Okay, so.
All right. Who? Okay.
Okay,
bye.
and then we'll have questions
okay.
later. Okay, we can make it happen.
Sorry, y'all.
No, don't apologize. We're good.
As they're joining the stage, can we give Karen Washington and Dr. Greenlee a round of applause? And I just want to give another shout out to the Black Agricultural Fund. If you have a few dollars, just look it up online. It's a great fund to give to. And Karen, thank you so much for all of your work. Can my panelists join me? Thank you. I don't like being alone up here. You can get however close you want, Savvy.
I'll take it.
I am so deeply honored to be moderating this panel. I cannot tell you all, and I met you all earlier for the first time, and it's just a real honor to be sharing this stage with you. And I want to reiterate something that Karen said earlier. The food system is not broken, and all of you are proving that. So I'm going to introduce you very quickly. I'm joined by Juanita Wilson, the co-chair of the Nikwasi Initiative and an enrolled member of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. Thank you for being here. We also have Greg Jacobs, the tribal administrator and elder of the Kohari tribe and community garden. And everyone should just forgive me for my pronunciation. I'm from the Midwest. I don't know what else to tell you. Next, we have Savvy Horn, the executive director of the North Carolina Association of Black Lawyers Land Loss Prevention Project. And last but not least, I'm going to call him Joseph, even though he wants to be called Joey. Joseph Al, the Secretary of Agriculture and Natural Resources of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. So let's give them a round of applause before we start. And I just want to say again that, you know, these are difficult conversations, but so needed. Often these conversations become uncomfortable, especially for white folks. And I think the more that we can dig into them and accept how uncomfortable they can be, that's where the real change will come from. And so we have roughly 30 minutes, Michelle, for this panel.
Yeah, I was just telling him to take it off. I don't need time.
Okay, great, thank you. And I wanted to dig into some really difficult questions about the future of our food systems and the role that Black, Indigenous, and Native communities have played for centuries and will continue to play. So my first question is for all of you, and it's a simple one, but I think it's an important one to ask in terms of what is most pressing in your community right now. And I know this conference is around the climate crisis, and I call it a crisis, an emergency. Is that what is most pressing in your community? And if it isn't the most pressing thing in your community, how does it affect the most pressing thing in your community?
Well, before we start off with that question, you know, we want to provide a land acknowledgement that where we are standing, of course, is indigenous ancestral lands of tribes of North Carolina. Whether we're talking about the Lumbee, Coharie, the Hollowell Saponi, the Saponi Nation, the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians in western part of the state. So, you know, just want to make that acknowledgement that where we're at is indigenous land, and we will always look at it as such. But I would defer that question to my senior peers.
Well, I'd also like to acknowledge the indigenous land rights that has not been conceded. The Catawba, Tuscarora, the Siouan people that had populated throughout a through line. They didn't have Wake County. It was land that was communal. And I would like to acknowledge the African American enslaved people who worked these plantations, worked the hills, worked the coastal community that built the economy of North Carolina, and even some of their bones are on this campus. And so I just want to do a collective acknowledgement of their presence and redemption. Thank you.
Yes, I would also like to give honor to my ancestors whose blood and sweat is in the soil here, the indigenous knowledge that has kept this land here today for all of us to enjoy. And I can think back to my ancestors, my dad, who passed at 102 years old, of the indigenous knowledge that he passed along to me and how he honored the soil and water. And that same honor for the soil and water and natural resources has me here today for some reason, and we'll find out what that is.
Share to God. I agree. Cherokee territories used to cover parts of 8 states of what is now known as the United States. So, you know, we're down to, I forget how many acres, Joey.
A little under 60,000.
So, yeah, but I think we're here to talk about what we collectively do, and I love your words. You really inspired me, and just to say that indigenous peoples, they did know science, they just didn't call it that. So appreciate y'all being here, and I look forward to the discussion.
Do you want to go ahead, please?
Yeah. You know, in terms of what is, you know, a pressing priority around food systems in our community in Cherokee, in the western part of the state, you know, I appreciate the young lady's question about, you know, there being a bit of pessimism, and, you know, let me put my government hat on that. You know, I do have a lot of optimism about what is going on in our community regarding, you know, the few young farmers that we are working with. We actually just had one, and I always tell folks, if you can get one person to make a difference, one person will make a difference. We actually had a young farmer come to one of our community meetings, and he didn't realize that he needed a FSA farm tract ID number to access FSA loans, NRCS grant funding. And so he's been growing in our community for a few years, actually selling corn to a Mohawk chef out west and selling it locally, but he wasn't counting that through FSA NRCS, so he actually registered for that just a couple of weeks ago. So that's a success. You know, taking it off, taking the government hat off a bit, we're all, the nation is struggling with addiction and, you know, opioid, heroin, fentanyl issues. And, you know, compound that with generations of historical trauma for, our community, and looking at the pressing challenges that we're facing, always, when I get like, oh, why aren't we making a difference? Where are our youth stepping up? Where are other people's priorities? But I'm like, okay, boarding school. The policy of the U.S. government, kill the Indian, save the man, assimilate, cultural genocide. So I'm like, okay, we're talking about, again, generations of historical trauma that, I'm of a generation that has had the benefit of revenue sources coming into our tribe that has afforded us, housing in our community, the ability to go to school and come out debt-free. I graduated from North Carolina State University with my master's under Michelle in 2013. Wonderful, wonderful woman. I mean, Angel was there. That was my grad school mate. So those are something that my parents' generation and grandparents' generation, grew up, dirt poor. And my in-law, phrase it funny, is that they didn't we didn't know we were poor until they told us we were poor. And so, when we look at what is most pressing, of course, trying to build up that next generation of young farmers, and I don't have a farming background, I like science and math, and my wife actually picked both my degrees for University of Tennessee and here at NC State. She pointed and at the degree for Michelle and gave Michelle a call, came down, did a tour, and that's how I ended up here. But the most pressing needs are really cultivating that next generation of young folks to find priority for valuing agriculture, growing something, anything, whether it's in a pot or on a quarter acre, half acre, or raised beds. But then again, just going back and reminding myself of all the historical trauma that we're also dealing with at the same time.
Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. How do I start this? I think we need to acknowledge that climate change and the call for climate justice, that climate change really symbolizes, in many regards, a deep multiplier effect for all the math nerds in here. Just think of the exponential ways in which discrimination, environmental justice, the dumping, the mining, the impact on black and brown bodies, going back to Tuskegee. So you have all these multipliers of historic inequality, oppression, land grab, and everything, right? And so now we're all in the space where we gotta save our planet home. And so how do we do this? How do we balance the historic weight of inequity? How do we just say, well, okay, let's just talk about equity? But it doesn't go away. The trauma is still there. You heard Karen about feeling the energy of not wanting to go on that farm. And that's really real. I have been in places where I feel that there was some trauma here that I don't feel right being here. So I think where we're at as peoples of the earth, I think we really need to interrogate some social dynamics, power dynamics, to figure out collectively, how do we move together and deal with all this trauma and inequality to simply be, again, we're going back to people of the land, because continuing to kind of tweak, like the Farm Bill is doing with all this new stuff, including the Inflation Reduction Act, broken system, to use technology to fix agriculture, to use technology to fix inequality. I think we need to think deeper on system change and how together as people of the planet that we really have to come to terms that just like, and maybe that's why COVID happened at this pregnant moment, right? We really are all in this together, and we need to fix it, and it needs to be a real long-term commitment to fix it, and it has to be equitable. We can't go back to being the broken system and you just tweak it. So that's kind of what came up in my spirit. So it may not necessarily answer what you're asking, but that's just my share.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Greg?
Yeah, with the honor of being the tribal administrator of the Kahari tribe, thinking about what's important to us. And I think with historical trauma that you've heard a lot about today, is that we see valuable self-determination, determination as a people to see what we think's best and pursue it in a matter that we see fit freely, justice for all people, self-governance. And I evaluated the needs in my community, and I guess with the overall purposes of increasing the health, education, and welfare. It's led me to take a look at the past, at how my people became so resilient. It's led me back to the power of soil and water. When I took this job, I didn't have anything on my mind about the environment. I had housing on my mind. I had jobs on my mind. I had education on my mind. But here I am today. 2011 is the last time I had the opportunity to be tribal administrator of the Kahari tribe. Debris removal in the Kahari River, a river that has our name, it's our namesake. It's all of a sudden become valuable to my community as it was to my ancestors. And we took a look back. And you know, finally a few people heard the river saying, I'm in trouble. And I guess that came from climate change. It was all clogged up. Debris, you couldn't navigate the river. You couldn't even get down the pass to the river to fish, to hunt, to pray, to play. Nobody was doing anything about it. A lot of the lands along that river our government owned. But as we looked, our government was not taking care of the river. It was all choked up. It was sick. Well, a few of us got together that heard it and said we need to help our river. And here's some of the things that we're saying from the most passionate about the environment. Mr. Philip Bell, whose brother's here today, Mr. Danny Bell. Won't you raise your hand, Danny? I put you on the spot. Okay. He said to me that really brought it home about climate change and what we need to do as a people at the grassroots level. He says, have you seen our rivers? He said, it's become a swamp. And he says, I've got 2 grandboys, and I want them to have the same quality of life that me and you had as youngsters. And it carried me back to me being baptized in the Kahari River, to me swimming, fishing, and playing, and running along the banks. He said, we can't even get to the river anymore. He said, the banks are gone. He said, it's all clogged up. Look at it. It's a mess. And I said to him, well, I guess we'll have to clean it out. Well, he was about to cry on me, so I thought I was lying when I said that we'll just have to clean it out. But, you know, he said, when are we going to start? And I said, Saturday. We took a few volunteers. We took a few volunteers and went down in that river. And I was hoping that we could clean out just a patch down to a place called the Downell Hole, where there was good fishing that I hadn't been in years. I was thinking, well, maybe we can clean out that path, you know. Well, we started one Saturday morning. I guess we cleaned out a couple of hundred yards debris. We didn't have any equipment. We borrowed boats and this, that, and the other. Well, I could go into all that detail. But as of the day, we cleaned out over 150 miles of river in Sampson County. I think this is a story of spirituality that comes from my people being very spiritual, and we believe that there's a power greater than our own that's looking after us, and if we'll put our head down and do what we can, he will send us what we need to do the rest. My hat's off to the Department of Agriculture, Soil and Water Conservation. They've added over $1 million worth of support for us cleaning out those rivers.
Amazing.
So today we've got water monitors down on the river. We've got partnerships like with State University, Duke University, seeing about the contents of the water, is it healthy or whatever. But as far as climate change, that's just one area. Another area that's very important to us is we found out through health disparities of the condition of the Native American people, high counts of sugar diabetes, Alzheimer's, and the various diseases that are just raising havoc on our people. And so we turned to community gardens just as an evaluation of what we could do to educate our people about the value of healthy eating, and I can't keep up with it anymore. I think they got about 13 acres of community garden right now, and I need all of you down there Saturday morning to help us harvest some sorghum. That's labor intensive. But there's a lot of stories to tell about what's happening in the Curry community around the environment, and my task as a community leader is leading me back to the past. Exactly what my ancestors did, exactly what they saw were important. And I'll stop rambling on right there and the next panelist.
Thank you, Greg. I've got my master's degree. I've got my bachelor's degree. But the smartest part of me is what I hear from my elders. And what I want to share about that is a talk that one of them gave. He's known for being really long-winded. He's very, very wise, but he circles back to the same point. But you walk away understanding because you've heard it 3 or 4 times. But one of the things that hit home for me, because I know that my people, my ancestors, the law was sustainability. That was the most important thing of all, because you had to preserve things for the future. So there were natural laws for that. And the story goes for the Cherokee is that there were plants and animals, trees, grass, water, rocks, everything was alive. And there was a natural law system. Creator put us down in the middle of it as humans and said, obey the natural law. You know what to do. We've really forgotten that, whether it be colonization, whether it be land loss, whether it be boarding schools, all those things that happen to indigenous people and peoples of color. But you're right, Karen. We've let that impact our thinking. We've let that coerce us into believing we are less because those things happen. And we talk about resilience, and it's a word I'm really tired of hearing, and I admire it. But I want to get away from surviving to thriving. That's where I want us to get. So going back to the story of my elder, he was talking about COVID to a group. And it was a time when everybody had to still wear their masks and distance. And so I decided to, I was riding my bike and exercising and trying to be healthy too. And so I decided to listen to him because he's always telling these good stories. And he said, I hear all these stories and all the alarms going off that we're going to kill Mother Nature. We're going to destroy her. And going back to climate change. And he said, that's not going to happen because she's going to take us out before we take her out. He said, look at this pandemic. It's made out of us. And the fact that we don't take care of business. Our people had limits for the population of their towns. They didn't know diseases until the Europeans came, and that's where we lost our knowledge, really, because the elders died, the knowledge keepers passed away. And all anybody could think of, the chiefs at the time, all they could think of was get out, get away, and survive. And that's when we lost our women's wisdom. Because the women, I'm from a matrilineal society, the women took care of business. They traded with the Europeans, and the Europeans freaked out, like, where are your men? And so our chief said, well, where are your women? I don't get it. But they were sacred because they could make more Cherokees. They kept it going, and they kept the knowledge, and they made sure that everything was okay. The clan mothers could overturn a tribal council decision. Oh my God, we need them today, because our government runs just like the people who came in and took. It's run exactly the same. So my greatest concern is, when are we going to learn that we had it right?
Sure.
And you're right, Karen, those with the most money and resources, access, are going to be the ones that end up okay if we don't get off of our tuchus and take care of business and march and do whatever it is we need to do. So I just wanted to share that with you. We've lost so much, but we still have so much. And I'm real heartened by the young people who are now starting to play stickball, learn the little bitty ones. And they're learning their language. And they're getting the tattoos with their syllabary. And, you know, I hope they know what the syllabary is actually saying. But they're doing that. So, but it's going to take more than that. It's going to be learning exactly why Creator put us here on this earth anyway. And it's not just indigenous and brown people. Here in Western North Carolina and North Carolina, we don't have a lot of rich people. We don't have a lot of, we have folks moving in, but we have to take back. You know, look at those farmers that are up here just trying to make a living, trying to carry on through the generations. And y'all up here saying we need help, we need access. Red tape was created for a reason, okay? Because we don't have access past that red tape. But as a people, you're right, as communities, we can make the changes. So Karen fired me up. You know, I mean, I'm going to make sure our election coming up next year is going to have some decent candidates on it. I mean, we're going to march for it. So thank you for listening to that, and I hope to share a lot more. I know I'm here to represent the Niquosi Initiative. Niquosi is an Indian mound. It's really spelled Noquishi because it means star place. And our people, well, we ran things by observing. We didn't alter rivers. We didn't change landscapes. Did our towns get flooded? They did. But we didn't try to dam anything up or keep it from happening. We learned what is the water bringing, nourishment, nutrients, and we learned from that and use nature because it's going to be here after we're gone. You know, the Ice Age proved that. So we need to take care of business. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you all so much. I think that was a really good overview of what you all are doing and what concerns you and also what energizes you. There's a lot for me to sort of unpack here. One thing that I've heard from I think all of you is this idea of going forward, you know, to solve the climate crisis, to solve inequity by going back and looking at your traditional practices and the traditional way of doing things. What concerns me, and I brought this up before, is that your practices, your knowledge is being co-opted by others in terms of terms like regenerative agriculture. And we want these practices to spread for sure, right? We want white folks to use them. We want others to use them. But I wonder how that contributes to the historical trauma that you all face in your communities. When you want young people to rise up and you know, be stewards of the land, do what your grandparents and your great-grandparents did. These are all things that are intertwined, but it's very hard when you're facing sort of like, you know, this people are kind of stealing from you. And I wonder how you feel about that, because we do want the earth to heal, right? We want to solve the climate crisis, but people are stealing the practices and calling them their own when you all have been, your ancestors and all of you have worked very hard to keep them going. Yes, please.
I'd like to answer that. I don't care. If it's good practices, go for it, learn it. And you know, I think the fact that we were so frightened that we were losing things, that we didn't want to share our culture, we didn't want anybody to learn the language and start teaching it and making money. I'm saying if you learn how to garden well, you learn how to take care of the water, that's great, go for it. And the Cherokee were never afraid of diversity. You know, we just learned to be afraid of it. Sure. We welcomed in. We had a clan system, and you know, it wasn't just Cherokee people in the clan system. We adopted whites, African Americans. It didn't matter to us. So we really weren't afraid of diversity. We embraced it. So I'm just speaking for me. It doesn't bother me if I can teach. And right now I am working with the NC Arboretum, And I'm teaching them cultural things because I want them to get a hold of that and lift it up, and for others to learn it too. So I'm fine with it, and I respect those who aren't. I respect that, but for me, if it's good practice, go for it.
Thank you, Juanita. That's very helpful. I don't know if anyone else wants to respond.
I came here today, and each and every day, and as I pray, I ask God for an open heart. So I didn't just come here today to be a part of this panel to speak to you, but there's somebody here today who's going to speak to me, matter of fact, that they always have that I can use. And if we're going to get this country straightened out, we're going to get the world straightened out, we got to have that open heart. I got to learn that I'm responsible for your well-being. You got to learn that you're responsible for my well-being. Okay. So in our gardens, I'll just use it for example. So some of our funders talk about sustainability. But I had one man that said he didn't think it was right to sell nothing that we got in that community garden. Said it just won't right before God. Well, anyway, he was my garden manager. And we haven't sold anything in that garden over 5 years, so how are we going to sustain it? We do have one product that we sell, that's sorghum syrup that comes off in the fall. But that garden has grown and grown and grown. People have volunteered property, volunteered equipment, volunteered our seeds, volunteered our plants, and now they're trying to give me 100 acres. All I wanted was a community garden, didn't really want a farm. Just more responsibility on me. But I think that what I'm saying, rather than fussing and fighting about who's stealing what,
sure,
this, that, and the other, that we got to live together, and you can't outgive God. The more you give and the more you share, the more you're going to have, and the more peace of mind you're going to have at night.
Thank you. Savvy, I don't know if you want to respond because...
Yes, actually.
Oh, okay.
I actually feel, and this is coming off my very early entry into the sustainable ag movement, and from New York City, Karen, and just not down with the lingo and being perplexed by it. And then coming into my knowledge space of being at Tuskegee at the Professional Ag Workers Conference and delving into the work of Dr. Watley and George Washington Carver, and realizing what is now being called sustainable agriculture was already being practiced and was already the practice of the slave gardens. And so how we have dealt with it is to make it our own. And so for us, it's about Black agrarianism. And I think that grounds it in a particular way. And so within that, we look at land loss and the Black land commons and protecting that and growing that. And so I do think cultural appropriation does matter. It's disempowering, but I do believe that your right to self-determine your existence, your knowledge, and to bring back full circle what you knew all along is part of reclaiming your essence. And I really feel, for me, Tuskegee did that for me, and I think that's the greatness of having historically Black land-grant institution, because there are times when you find the right persons, not everyone, who could help to ground you into being and in the ways of the our traditional knowledge system. So I think that's important.
So to the topic of cultural appropriation or terminology and calling something permaculture, sustainable, regenerative agriculture. Again, we acknowledge that those are indigenous practices that have been around for millennia and time immemorial. For my position as secretary and getting to work with federal and state agencies, we've been able to craft agreements with the Forest Service, NRCS. Give a shout out to Senor Rafael Vega right there. He's one of those folks who work with the NRCS that came to us and said, how can we support the tribe? When we are negotiating on agreements for research or any kind of activity and project, There's another term that you may be aware of, traditional ecological knowledge, or may not be aware of it. Also, there's debate on, do we call it TEK, do we call it indigenous ecological knowledge? But what we are empowered to do is write into those agreements that are legally binding contracts that knowledge that we are sharing with our partners is ours, and it's acknowledged. And that document with words, words on paper matter, as long as there's, you can back it up. That when we're engaged with that, we own that research. We get to say what goes on and where that research is used and who gets to view it, and that's respected and that's supported. With the U.S. Forest Service, we've been able to craft some outstanding agreements to where they're actually paying 25% of one of our staff salaries to accomplish mutually beneficial objectives, and to then go out to other tribes and say, hey, this is how we formed a relationship, and these are the benefits, and these are the funding opportunities and how you access them. And we're getting support on that. NRCS, we've been able to craft funding agreements there that then help us with our projects, and we fundraised $11.5 million to restore one of our rivers, 3,000 linear feet, and remove a dam. Working on another project to where we're going to go after about another $10 million for another dam at the lower reach of the Oconaluftee. My point being, like with federal partners and the appropriation of knowledge and culture, we've come a long way, because there's good reason for indigenous communities, black communities, Latino communities to be very wary and skeptical of government participation in our affairs. But when you find good people who have genuine reason to want to partner with you, and you put your hand out first, or they put theirs out first, and you get in a conversation, you build that trust, and that's what matters and gets you moving along to where you need to go. And so, we're very fortunate from the Eastern Band perspective, and where we've been able to achieve these goals through those partnerships. But again, it's explicitly written out to where, that agreement, we may go back and forth a month, 2 months, 3 months to negotiate to make sure that we're getting what we want from the government. And often, again, like I said, they're coming to us saying, how can we help you? But we got to make sure that, if you want to check a box, I want to check a box too. And I'm fine with that, as long as it starts to advance our, needs and our wants, our ambitions and desires. Okay, I'm good with that. And that brings in funding to our community that we can then say, with NRCS, we're bringing in contracts that we haven't been able to do before because of the meetings we've had with folks like Raphael and Tim Beard and our local NRCS folks. That's very, very important on that relationship building to build that trust.
Absolutely. The trust is key. I would never want to interrupt you, but I do want to say that I asked that question because we have to turn to Q&A from the audience in a minute, because I want people to honor, respect, and value what the many generations and the many cultures that are in this room have done, because it hasn't been. And it hasn't been by the U.S. government. It hasn't been by many communities. So go ahead, if you can just give the final remarks.
I just want to amplify what you've just said by shouting out a practice that came out of New York through Soul Fire Farm, and in which there are, and which is part of the Northeast People of Color Land Trust, in which enshrined in their operating agreement with Native people in the area or wherever they may come onto the land, is that they have a right to be on the land. And I have seen it where Native people would come at a farm demonstration, sit and begin to speak to the cultural practices, their indigenous knowledge of what needs to be done. And so there's a sharing. So I'm just pointing that there are ways to share that knowledge space that's collaborative, that's empowering, and I think we need to be at that place.
Absolutely, thank you. I think that's a wonderful point to end on. Thank you all. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'd like to invite Karen and Dr. Greenlee too to come back up. Please, Dr. Greenlee, I think, okay. I'm gonna get up, Karen, so you can sit right here. No.
Take my seat.
And we have still a roving mic. Thank you, Joseph. Dr. Greenlee is telling me no. If Karen tells you, you have to do it.
So, just as a reminder, we have
two questions, and I want them to come from a more diverse group of folks who have not been able to ask questions. So young folks, please, ask your questions. I'm going to look for questions from you all. Thank you.
I normally get nervous speaking in front of people, but since you say young folks, I figured I'll say something. So me and my husband, we're retiring out of the Air Force, and we don't have any background in agricultural whatsoever. We started with raised beds, and we want to go into farming. And so one of the trends that I've heard a lot throughout, starting from Dr. Lynn and to this community, the community leaders, is funding. So for me, how do you determine your worth, going into farming and competing and negotiating and things of that nature? Sorry, I'm nervous.
No, it's a great question.
But yeah, determining, that worth, especially from our community, young.
Thank you so much. I don't know who wanted to address that. Please, Savvy.
Hi. So NGOs, community-based and non-governmental organization in the state, which is a very strong movement, have been working with veteran farmers, into that transition, veterans to farmers. So I am more than willing to connect you with Rural Advancement Foundation folk in Pittsburgh, because they have a program interest in assisting veteran farmers. So we are your support, and we're here to help you. This community is a very rich community and very open, and all of us will help you, including, making sure you have an estate plan in place when you hook up the land.
Okay, thank you so much. One more question. Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for the wonderful talk. I just wondered how y'all think NC State as an institution could show up for Indigenous, Black, and people of color.
So we just, the tribe just signed a 5-year agreement with North Carolina State to perform a climate assessment for our community and develop a climate action roadmap. And it started with someone reaching out to me, Dr. Jen Runkle and Dr. Kathy Bello, state climatologist, and Jen works here, with an idea to say, hey, we're looking to go after a grant and identify communities across the Carolinas. And, I was like, great, I'm an alum, you're from NC State, you're bringing something I got to do as part of my job, it's a goal. And so I was like, hey, that's great. And so just in discussion about what our needs are and then how they could tailor what they want to do to our needs was something that I said, okay, I can sign on to that, I can get you a letter of support, and then we can go to our tribal council, get a resolution, say we're going to affirm this partnership. And so, from my perspective of the state and just the networking and then following up over the years, like having folks bring opportunities to us or me reaching out and then saying, how can we work together? That really mattered. And then again, finding folks that are genuine about that. That's, you got to put that filter on, especially from our community, because I get emails and calls, hey, we want to do this research in your community. Can we talk about this? And we got to turn down those projects, like 10 a week, because then everybody wants to check that box. It don't always work for us. And so, you really got to quickly learn who and what is valuable to your need and your cause.
Thank you. Anyone else want to answer that question? Thank you, Dr. Graham.
I think partnership with historically Black and Native institutions. I mean, clearly that's happening here to some degree with North Carolina A&T Aggie Pride, but it's not happening on the scale that it should happen. I know as a food and ag journalist that very often we're trained to go to the big institutions to look for experts, whereas I have found amazing research that people don't talk about coming out of small, historically Black colleges that typically don't have the resources to go after the big federal grants, and they are looking for institutions to partner with to do that, but the institutions often think that they are too small to partner.
Thank you so much. I know we have time to network upstairs. I hope that is fine for everyone. You can seek out the speakers, but let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Welcome to join everybody upstairs. We have local food and local drinks. Thank you. Please join us upstairs for local food and local drinks and continued questions.
Oh, I've learned a lot from you, just like reading about you.